Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 7 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I hope all of you are doing well and are happy and at least surviving a difficult week. If you need to take care of yourself, please take care of yourself and know that I imagine everyone else here, we're all sending you some good thoughts wherever you are and whatever you're up to. Welcome into our show. This is a show about a group of French resistance fighters, resistance fighters in France, fighting the forces of fascism. And there are a number of ways you can support us. And the first thing you can do is just be here and watch our show. And also, if you're on YouTube, hey, watch our show. Thank you. Also, you YouTubers. You can tell your friends. We have a go live tweet. If you retweet it, we would appreciate it. So retweet our live tweet if you like. You can tell your friends about the show. If you're on YouTube, you can like, comment, subscribe. I think that's a thing people do. Also, other ways to support us if you like. You can follow myself or also our cast members. We have a Patreon, which supports paying our cast members, because I think it's important to pay our cast members and our visual artist and our composer, all of that. Also, if you give tips and bits, which goes to pay the cast, we will read out those messages during the halftime, the intermission at the end. Also, we have channel points, which we call extra credits. And because this is the academic foxhole, so you get extra credit, of course. And for this campaign, which is using Fate, I have given them very few Fate points. And sadly, their faction has taken how many Fate points they get is tied to how powerful their faction is. And their faction has taken a bit of a blow recently, and so they don't get many Fate points, really. Not many. But there is a way to give them more Fate points, and that is using channel points. And as a matter of fact, we have 2 donations of our extra credits, and I would like to honor those donations. We have one coming in, I believe, from Rissa, and one other, I believe, from Willen. I have to just check because that might not actually be true. That may be a lie, but I actually think it's pretty true. And I feel like I shouldn't thank you all for that. I feel like the players should thank you all for that, because I feel
we thank you. We thank you, Chad, for that. But Trooper, you are also representing said Hannah, Luke, and all of them, and they most certainly would thank for that.
That's true. They would thank very much for that. They would say, thank you so much. That is fair. And so that there, and before I move on, I'm supposed to just let everybody know how we're doing in terms of what's going on there at this moment, because we had last week a duo episode with just the fellas, the gents, Oscar and Tango, and part of the outcome is that Tango has 2 consequences that are not in recovery. Some of them are gunshot wounds, and has some stress, mental stress, and our Oscar also has some very serious mental stress and also a consequence also. So they're not doing well. And for our gals who are here, we have 2 new ticks on our, doom clock that came from last session, in case you wanted to know. Just a couple of clicks on our doom clock. It's great, in case you were wondering, so that you can feel comfortable and happy moving into your session today. Yeah, so nice. And I thought with all of that, I would introduce our amazing cast. So our amazing players who I adore very much, and I'm very happy to have to be at a table with. First off, let's go backwards to start, and I'm going to start off with Rocket Fox. And what I would like, I'm going to ask the same question of y'all that I asked for the other half of the crew. First, tell us who you are. Tell us who you are playing for those who have not seen the show before. And I would like you to answer this question. And the question is, there always one thing that is very big in German sort of literary culture is the Bildungsroman, which is like we call this like the coming of age story. It's like a novel, coming of age novel. And so I would ask you to say, who you are, the character you're playing, and when do you think that your character first really came of age? What was that moment where you think that your character went from being not an adult to being an adult? Tango's answer was very amusing because Stiver gave the time when that there was a difference between when Tango thought that he became an adult and when Stiver thinks that Tango became an adult, and they were just not the same time period at all. But so let's start with Rocket.
Not surprise me.
It's not surprising.
That does not surprise me at all.
So
also,
Rocket.
looking over at chat, the fact that the guys decided to play Fate Point Chicken also does not surprise me.
Oh, I didn't tell you that, did I? Oh, in case you want to
No.
do it. So they decided to play Fate Point Chicken, which is if I said, would you like a Fate Point? They would just say yes. And they would then see, no matter what it was, who got the most Fate Points at the end.
They lost, by the way.
Why am I not surprised?
They lost.
Even a little bit not surprised by this.
If you want to play Fate Point Chicken, you are certainly welcome to do so.
No, we do
No.
not. We
No.
opt out of any chickens this episode.
There
But
is
into
no-
all of the fate points. See what I did there?
Yep, I see it.
There is no, and see, there you have team Hat and Team Chaos. That is true, but then you also have Team Gent and Team
Femme.
Gal?
Lady. Well, lady, gal. I like gal.
Reasonable.
Team Reasonable.
Team making choices.
Team makes choices. Worst and best team name.
So anyway, yes. Hello everyone. I am Rocket Fox, and just with everything going, want to also include I am a Korean American streamer and person, and I am playing Sylvie Moreau. Her actual name Sylvie Moreau, but also in game the late Sylvie Moreau, because as of a couple episodes, she died. Oh no, she is dead now, and now she is Evelyn Garnier. And everyone knows that Sylvie is dead and Evelyn is the new person. That's my face of
Totally different person. Everyone knows that you died in an explosion.
In Berlin.
In Berlin.
Yes. So Sylvie, when still presenting as our Sylvie, she ran Bricktops, which was not like, I don't want to call it a dive. It wasn't a dive. It was a nice place, but it wasn't like a high end.
It was a little edgy.
A little
Edgy. Yeah. It was a jazz club in like, the artsy district in Paris and it had opened before this decade, so I mean it's in the 20s, 30s, all of this. And she was the owner and jazz singer. And but she is actually an American, also a biracial Korean American person that we found out by this point she actually ran to Paris with her former lover, who was a lady named Charlie, who was an American Black woman who maybe someone died somewhere in America when the two of them were attacked for both being in a same-sex relationship, but also persons of color.
There may have been a stabbing.
There may have been a maybe just a little stab. And I would actually say that that I think also plays a great deal into the coming of age too, which why that also becomes relevant to answering the question, because I think I think that was and Coldrake brings up a good point. Sylvie's other big disguise point is that she be pregnant too. So that's just a little thing going on. But yeah, so I think for her, the stabbing that made her flee the US, I think both her and Charlie, they knew that things were dangerous. They knew that, there was risk involved with kind of walking about as they did and being not out in the way that we would be out today, but just out in public, like physically being in spaces outside. But I think they were a little more cavalier with it than a lot of people would be who are taking things a lot more safely. And I think that was a real big wake up call.
Yeah.
So I think that was a real coming of age in that also, up to that point she had lived with her mom, and even up to that point her mom was like, she was kind of out of it. So even to that, like, Charlie had a lot to do with it and her mom had a lot to do with it and was like, hey, take these resources and go here and do this stuff. So that whole process, I think, was a lot of the coming of age. So
thank you. Little Red Dot, who are you playing, for people who may have not seen this before, and when is the coming of age of your character, would you say?
Okay, I'm Dot. I was updating my information in Zoom for everyone because Regina has come in and out of regular disguises, and right now she is leaving behind what was a cover, Regina Berger, and she is actually taking on her actual identity undercover, which is kind of weird, which is Regina Kraus, a German-born intellectual, we'll call her. She's a German-born intellectual, daughter of a chemist, and her mother was a Belgian princess, and there's some history there, but I think that has a lot to do with Regina's growing up, because Regina's mother died at a very young age, and when she did, her father sent her off to boarding school. So Regina didn't really grow up with her family. She kind of had to grow up inside of a structured system. But I would say that, like, that's, like, natural growing up. You just have to do it a lot around a lot of women and some catty bullshit and that kind of stuff. But really the moment that she had to grow up, her grandfather and her father and everybody, right, she's talked about this, has always wanted her to be a boy, and she wasn't a boy. And so she could not carry on the family, like, history of becoming military hoopla and blah, 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 blah. But it did not stop her grandfather, especially when he found out that she was a Deadeye shot, from leveraging that in every way that they possibly could, from, like, showing off at parties to this kind of thing. And I imagine that somewhere around 12, when they would put, like, a proper rifle in her hand, like, not a BB gun or something that's a pellet-based weapon, but, like a proper rifle in Regina's hand at about 12, they made her go hunt her first animal. Like, kill it, shoot it, probably skin it, depending on what it was. Like, the whole process. And I imagine that was a bit of a moment for her, not only because she felt like she needed to do it, because she needs their approval, because she was never going to be good enough as a woman or a man in their eyes. But she had to come to terms with the fact she was really good at it. And I think that helps a person grow up real heckin' fast and set a very specific path for her as she moved forward.
It's true. And I will note that your grandfather was way more martial than your dad, who was less martial.
An academic.
Who was an academic and a chemist.
And a chemist, yeah.
Yeah. And I am troopersjp, and I am the GM of these shenanigans. And I think that will get us to start. When we left off, it was, well, yesterday was Sunday. And Sunday, December the 7th, 1941. And that was a day that will live in infamy as Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, changing the mood of the war quite a lot. Our heroes in this bunker, setting up a new flower shop, setting up as much as they could, getting a sense of where they were at, hearing on the radio. Well, I suppose what I didn't tell you all is that they're doing their thing, they're laying low, everything is fine. And Regina's ex, who is married to a Gestapo officer who is a rival of Oscar's and who is now the temporary head of the Gestapo in Paris. There's a lot going on there, actually. She arrived in the boutique flower shop that is now their cover, looking for flowers because she has a welcoming party coming in the end of the week on a Friday. and she wanted it to be very, very nice. And that kind of freaked out Regina. And there was a lot of stress. And Oscar's like, should I just shoot her in the face right now? Because I will. And Regina's like, you cannot shoot her in the face right now.
This is our new cover. You can't kill her here.
You can't do it here. No.
Can't kill her here.
Somewhere else, maybe. And this woman was excited about humiliating Sylvie by hitting on her husband in front of her face, and also in a lot of people's faces. She's a piece of work. There was a lot going on there, and in the evening, and in the end, the doctor, who is one of their allies, is given an invitation to this party that's coming up on Friday, even though that's probably a bad idea. And we left that evening with Regina remembering, I have boudoir photographs of this woman from when we were in college. We might be able to use that as leverage. And that was that evening as they found out about the bombing of Pearl Harbor. And it is the next day. And the next day, Monday, December the 8th, it is snowy, it is cold. This is a terrible, terrible winter. So much so that actually our shop is having a bit of trouble getting the flowers they need because they don't have their own hothouse. But they've got some things, but it's not particularly great. Right, it's not particularly great. So it's cold, it's miserable. Most people do not have food, even though the caloric intake that is allotted by the ration cards is between like 800 and 1,000 calories, depending on who you are. Even if you have the ration cards, doesn't mean that you can actually get the materials, because 80% of all of the agriculture that France is producing is being seized by the Germans and being shipped off to Germany. So the people in France are starving, especially in Paris, because it is a city. There's not enough fuel. In order to heat your homes, you need coal or wood, and that is also not something that is very easy to get. This winter is causing the people of Paris to suffer greatly. Now, interestingly enough, Germany at this point in time is invading Russia and is doing super well. It's just like taking place after place after place. It looks like no one will stop them. But then Pearl Harbor happened, which is not a big deal yet, I suppose. But the German war machine is slowing down a little bit in the east, although reports have not yet come out about that, but they will. And this morning, our team, Oscar, under the guise of Holgar Leixner, the husband to Regina Krause, now Leixner, had to go off to work at the propaganda ministry, the propaganda office, and our Tango had to go and meet with his frenemy, who they're working together to make a sort of a criminal empire. So both of the gents are off for the day, leaving both Regina and Sylvie to their devices in the morning. Now, Sylvie had gotten a message that the chief of police, the new prefect of police, as it is called there, did want to meet with her because, if I remember correctly, you told me that you let him know that you were actually still alive, that you wanted to sort of keep that connection.
Yes.
Yes. That you decided to out yourself as not really dead in an act of putting out yourself in a way that could be dangerous if you were a paranoid person.
When you put it like that, it seems so cavalier in a way that surely I think what she would have done would have been to have a note sent his way that would have indicated that it was from her without expressly saying it was from her, and also being like, hey, how would you like to meet her? Bye.
And I think what you would have gotten coming in was a note to the flower shop, I assume, is where your contact info. Mm-hmm. Sort of inviting you to a brunch today. It's around 10 or so. And so on one side of town, and let's just, I think we need to paint the picture of both of these things for a moment. And we're going to paint both pictures and then come back to Sylvie. But Sylvie is, well, now Eleanor is running along with this woman, Marie Bard, is running this flower shop. And the flower shop is in one of the Haussmann buildings, one of these 6-story buildings in Paris. And this particular building is right there in the center of Paris, right by all the important buildings. But this building, of course, the first floor, the ground floor of this building are all shops. And there's this cute little flower shop in there that's sort of known to be exclusive and not just for everyday traffic, but they do sort of nicer things. And then on each of the floors, you have in these buildings, there's like a little half floor in between the ground floor and the second floor. And that half floor is where people who who work in the shops might live. It's one of these places where it's quite short. Sometimes it's just used for storage, but our happy couple, Eleanor and Pierre, i.e. Tango and Sylvie, have one of the apartments right above the shop, and it is cold. It does not have a lot of amenities. You know that the family who lived here before you, which was a husband and who was Jewish but converted to Catholicism, his wife who was Catholic, and they're like 3 kids, lived in this place, and that was not a lot of space for them. And it is cold, and you don't have heating, and you don't have a lot of food, and it's not the greatest. And then, of course, right above you is the floor where really rich people live, with huge, huge suites. And the further up you go, each floor, the apartments are smaller and smaller and smaller until you get to the very top, the 6th floor where the attic is, where they're just rooms with really no plumbing and not much there, where servants and maids and really poor people live. And that is like the sort of the anatomy of this sort of a building. And you're in one of these buildings you're in one of these sort of like half apartments without a lot of space. And you know that right above you, there are people who are wealthy and enjoying black market food and goods. And at the very top, there are people who are starving. And you have a brunch to go to as Marie Bard is downstairs manning the counter. But across town, we have in the Hotel Majestic. And I just want to, because I did my due diligence, because I knew that we were having this was going to come up today. I just thought I'd let you see what it looks like, for the moment, because I thought you might be interested. The Hotel Majestic, which is a extremely fancy hotel taken over by the Germans, and this is actually where the headquarters of the occupational force of France are stationed, the Militärsbereich Frankreich. So it is where the person who's in charge of all the German occupational forces for all of France lives. It is the headquarters of the German occupiers in the Hotel Majestic. This is it. This is like the headquarters, not for Paris, but for all of France and also part of Belgium. And this is where the general who's in charge of everything is stationed. It is also where the propaganda ministry, the French propaganda department, is stationed. And so that is where Regina Krause and her officer husband now live, in this palatial, fancy hotel. And she would have gotten a note that the welcoming committee is going to come over and have brunch at her place around 10 or 11 today. And you're not quite certain who all is going to be there, but apparently important ladies who lunch will be lunching at your quarters because they didn't want you to feel unwelcome as the new wife.
How kind of them.
How kind of them. And of course, you don't have to worry about food because this is a palatial hotel. And there is room service. And there are cooks and there is food. If people may not, at this point in time, leather is also rationed, so people are now wearing like wooden shoes. Cloth is rationed, so people are not being able to get really good winter clothes, but whatever you need, you can have. Heating, you have it. Food, you have it. You have maids coming in to clean your house if you want. Everything you want, everything you need is taken care of as you have a portrait of the Fuhrer in your living room, and you know that some lovely wives will be coming in to have brunch with you shortly. But let's find out about Sylvie and her brunch.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, and also Evelyn.
Evelyn. Let's find out about Evelyn's brunch before we find out about Regina's brunch.
Her tiny, tiny little Hitler portrait-free apartment.
Yeah, you don't have as much food.
Jealous.
Although your husband is a black marketeer, so a little bit of food is actually coming your way because
and you know that Oscar and I have been bringing food around too.
So you actually have connections. So let's talk about heading down to this brunch. It would be a small bistro that would be awake. I'm gonna get my cast pick up. There we go. I think. Oh no, didn't get it right. Worst. Just a small bistro, sort of like on the edge of town, and not in central Paris, away from the prefect. And that would be where you were asked to meet the prefect of police.
So yeah, it's too cold, so they would probably be inside, meeting. Pretty small place. So, is it a busy place? Are there a lot of people at the tables? Or
oh, we have to back up. We have to get your travel to this shop first. We don't just get to go to the bistro.
But certainly. But she's so blonde now.
I know. Let's talk about your travel, shall we?
Okay.
Yeah. So it's cold, it's snowy, it's wet. There's a bit of a flurry. And as you're walking down the street, why don't you give me an awareness?
I would love to do that.
Yes, please.
And
you need a 3. Would you like to succeed at a major cost? Would you like to just not be particularly noticing? That's fine as well. It's up to you.
You know what? We're at the very beginning. We'll succeed at a major cost.
Okay.
I've got a lot of, hey, listen, my stress has been cleared out. The police aren't upset with me right now. I have so much room for people to be upset with me.
You're going to succeed at a major cost. I will tell you what it is in a second. As you're walking, it is dark still. Oh, wait. I want to make you feel comfortable. Pardon me. I want to make you feel comfortable.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I mean.
Here you go.
Okay.
So, there we go. I feel like that'll make you feel comfortable. That's always a good sound. So as you're walking down the street, you notice a young woman and 2 young men loitering on a street corner near an alley, smoking cigarettes. She is as well. They have got sort of longer hair, the gents do, and they're wearing, the men are carrying those sort of duck-headed umbrellas that let you know that they're the jazz kids, the Zazoos. And they're smoking cigarettes and sort of hanging out on the corner, sort of observing, talking to each other a little bit.
Okay.
And you also notice a patrol of 4 German soldiers. And you see them carrying, in their heavy coats, carrying rifles, military rifles, assault rifles. And you can tell that these soldiers are stressed.
Clearly a scene that's going to go, that's just waiting to go well.
They are tense. Every time, it's only doesn't last very long before somebody starts shooting German soldiers. Communists, they've been doing it. German soldiers go on patrol, somebody shows up and shoots them. This has happened a couple of times in the last month. And then, of course, in retaliation, there's retaliation. People get rounded up. Hostages get rounded up. Just recently, the German government just executed 98 people, just shot them en masse in retaliation for 3 German soldiers being shot. There have been directives saying that soldiers are not allowed to go out by themselves or not armed. They can only go to authorized night spots. They can't go anywhere they want. So and if they go somewhere, they've got to go in force. And so everybody's very tense. And you see these soldiers very tense. And one of the things you know as well is that they do not take kindly to people standing on the street. If you're standing, you're being suspicious. But what you do notice perhaps most immediately is that if you can think about, imagine the scene, you are walking towards you're walking down the street, and the alley in front of you to your right is where these young people are sort of smoking and talking. And the guards you notice, the patrolmen you notice are behind you. And as you look back at them with you succeeding at a cost, you see them and they have this look of alarm on their face. And they start running towards your direction with their guns ready. And they're moving with a quickness and with aggression and with hostile intent your direction.
Okay.
What do you do? They're coming upon you. Your direction.
Mm-hmm. But also in my direction are these...
That is correct.
People.
That is correct. And they're moving quickly. And one of them shouts, "You! Stop! Don't move!" They say out loud.
Sylvie is going, or Evelyn is going to, and she's what, 6 months now?
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, she probably has a little bit of show.
Mm-hmm.
She is going to start like I imagine she would have been on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to put a hand on the side on the wall here, but also kind of turn to where, you know, the guards can see her. And then she's going to put the other hand on her tongue. And, you know, I mean, she's started doing this to where when she wants to either get something out of this or use this as a distraction or I'm not a threat or anything like that, she stands in such a way to kind of pop that tongue out a little bit more, something like that. So she really like pops out, and then she like, but she also kind of starts leaning over as if she's in pain. And then she starts like, oh, and starts just like you know, kind of crunching over a little bit.
So your major cost is that this is going to be ineffective, and they move right by you, ignoring your cries, and they swoop in on these 3 teenagers.
I knew they were going for those kids.
They went right by you, and they swoop right in onto those teenagers, and they start yelling at them. And they start saying, you know, "What are you doing here?" You know, in French. "What are you standing around for?" This is, and one of them, and the kids, one of them's a little bit mouthy, right? It's like, you know, "Who are you, Bosch?" You know, and then the butt of the rifle hits that kid right in his face. You can see blood sort of from a cut on his forehead as he sort of grabs his face and goes to a knee. And the girl who's with him grabs his arm and like screams like, "You filthy pigs, what are you doing here?" And that's
Oh, that's
not a good choice.
I feel this is about to escalate.
Yeah. What do? Your major cost was that your good ploy is not effective. They don't even pay attention to you as they sweep into these kids.
Immediately, she's just gonna stand back up, just like, And they're kind of in an alley.
They're at the mouth of an alley, right?
At the mouth of the alley. Yeah. How many soldiers are there?
4 with guns.
4 soldiers with guns. There's 3 kids.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else on the street?
The street is... It's 10 in the morning. There are people who are walking around. There are people around, but most people keep their head down and ignore what's happening.
Are there any other German soldiers around anywhere, or are these the only ones?
These are the only ones that are close, but you know there are more. You know that the entire city is on high alert at this moment. And soldiers, and there are more soldiers now than there used to be. Before you'd see a lot of French police, and now there are a lot more German soldiers patrolling. And these soldiers like roughly grab these kids as one sort of stands back with his gun ready, pointed at these kids in case they're going to do anything.
Is there... I want to roll, if I may, or maybe I can just ask.
Mm-hmm.
Is there... Let's see. I'm looking around. Is this an area I'm familiar with?
Mm-hmm. Yes, you know Paris very, very well.
I do. And I know, like, if I'm heading toward the outer edge, I know there's some areas I probably wouldn't have been around as much, especially since this has all been going on. And but this is an area where I'm still within my my circle.
Yes, and for all you know, these are kids who could have been at your old club.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I want to know, would I know if anywhere nearby there might be any communists or anything like that?
Well, these could be communists themselves, these kids.
No, I know other ones, though. Like, if there's a little, just a little hangout point, or, I mean, because there's also little ways that you can identify people.
That, I feel like, would be a fate point. If you would like to know a place where... Now, and remember, it's going to be tricky because communists have been arrested a lot recently, but if you want to know perhaps a little bar, a little working class bar where people might hang out in the area, that would be a fate point.
Let's see. I'm trying to see, where did my... I used to have a notice one time, and I don't see it anymore.
It's awareness.
Awareness. Would I be able to, before using a fate point, let me put this to you. Can I roll an awareness to see if anywhere immediately around I can see anything that would signify any of the people have anything on them?
Which people?
She's going to keep walking till she's going to kind of walk around. She's going to keep walking till she gets to the end of that block, and then she's going to look. She's going to gaze about, and I want to roll an awareness to see if she sees anything that signifies anyone, like down this way, down that way, have anything that would mark them as being a communist.
Give me an awareness.
Let's see if that's any better. It's fair.
It's fair. Not, you need a 3.
3.
Actually, this is difficult, so you would need a 4 because they're all trying to not be found.
Right.
You know?
If I used a fate point, let me put it to you this way: would it be better to use a fate point and try and find somebody, or using one to be like, there's a bar nearby.
If you want to know where people are, you can spend a story detail because of your character. Like in your history, like places. You could know a place.
Yeah, let me actually do that. That gives higher probability of people.
Yeah.
Or rather, more people.
Yes.
Within a space, which I think will work better.
I would say if you spend that fate point, where you're at right now, you're not too far.
Don't believe me.
You're not too far from the tailor shop, where Mother Courage has her tailor shop.
Perfect. I swear to God,
you're not far.
I can't remove this fate. I'm
just put it on in the playmat, and then.
I'm trying. It just every once in a while when I try and pull it off my board, it just says no. I'm like, try it now.
It's
anyway.
It's not particularly close, but it's not too far. It's a couple blocks.
All right. Well, and she already, as she was thinking about this, she had already made her way to the end of that block. So she'll just tootle on down.
And as you do, you see these German soldiers grab these young people and start dragging them to like a vehicle, like a van, and throw them into this van with no windows on the sides or back. Get into their van, and which of course has snow tires, snow chains, and start rumbling off and away.
Which direction?
They're heading out towards the Champs-Élysées. Like, for all you know, they could be there are at least there are a number of prisons in Paris and also concentration camps. Sorry, transit camps. They could be going to any of those.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you do as this van drives off with three young people who were standing at the side of the road smoking cigarettes?
Well, she because while they were still hassling kids, I mean, she is booking it to the thing. So I mean, I would imagine she at least gets fairly close to the tailor shop by the time they're actually getting out of there.
Yeah.
So she'll pop in.
And there's a young woman at the manning the shop, and she smiles when you come in with a sort of like a broad smile, and she sort of nods to you. She's got deep auburn hair, and she's got brown eyes. She looks a little bit tired. She's not as young as you might think she is, right? She's well made up, but she looks like she's probably early to mid 20s. But when you look at her, you're like, no, you're probably 30, right? You know what I mean? Like she's sort of dressed and looks a tad younger than she probably is, and she smiles when you walk in with a little bit of a look of recognition, although you've never met her before. And she says, "Bonjour, mademoiselle. How may I help you?"
And she's gonna come in like all, alarmed. Oh, bonjour. I heard that this was and she looks around. A safe place?
She smiles. Nowhere in Paris is safe. How can I help?
Safe. Anyway, I wanted to pass along the word. I heard that I saw there were these young people that got taken away down the street. In a way I've not seen yet. Citizens of Paris. And I was right outside. I wanted to let somebody know.
And she goes, one moment. If you will stay right here in front. And she goes behind, there's a curtain that separates the front of the shop to the back. And of course, in the back of the shop, you can hear the sounds of loud washing machine. You can hear the sounds of sewing machines. So it's whatever's happening in the back is quite noisy and loud. And she sort of steps back behind this curtain for perhaps 5 minutes. And a young man comes out. And he just kind of pokes his head out, and he is very broad. He looks like he's a boxer of some sort. Clearly, he's a a tailor, perhaps,
He has the build of a tailor.
or a boxer, and he sort of looks at you for a moment, and he pokes his head back in.
Arms made for sewing.
And then out comes a woman you actually have met before, Elodie. You met her because there was a whole
thing.
There's a whole gun situation.
I'm sure it's fine now.
Yeah, can you roll for me? Let's go with deceive.
Couldn't go for a perform on that.
This is okay.
You know what? Deceive seems great.
Sure.
And by great, I mean great. I'll stay with it.
She walks up and she comes out and she goes, "Bonjour, mademoiselle.
Bonjour.
I was told that you said there was some sort of trouble outside." And she's like looking at you, trying to see if she knows you or if you're dangerous, because she's a little careful.
What reason would she have to be suspicious of people? Anyway, but yeah, and she's gonna be, yes, I heard from some people I trust about this shop before.
Who?
And she's going to make a show of looking very nervous. I have a neighbor who is a communist.
What is his name or her name?
We never spoke that closely. It was where I was staying.
Go on.
Anyway, and she's gonna be like rubbing her belly.
Yeah.
Too, just like, and trying to look very flustered. But anyway, there was, and I apologize. It's very early, and I'm very hungry, and the soldiers, they just took away some citizens, and I've never seen anything like this happen before.
Where and when?
It was but 30 seconds ago, and right before I came in, and they started going toward which direction did they start going?
They were going south.
They started going south, toward insert location that is in that direction.
All right. Yvette, will you go back and get this woman something? And Yvette goes back as you're telling the story. She says, "Thank you." And she sort of steps a little closer to you to sort of check you out a little bit more to see how hungry you might be or how healthy you might be. She's wanting to assess how much food you've probably had recently, your level of health, as it were. How well fed would you say Eleanor is?
Evelyn.
Mm-hmm.
I with the winter, with everything going on, I'm gonna say probably not good.
Okay.
I mean, especially considering the kind of resources they had coming in when the bar was still up. Like, it's a drastic change. Like, even if she's getting a little bit more than a lot of people, it's the difference between then and now is significant.
Okay.
Also for being
pregnant,
eating for two.
Could you just give me a deceive? You're not really being deceptive, but it's good. And as she's like eyeballing you, Yvette comes out with a small package wrapped in newsprint, and she hands this package to Elodie, and Elodie hands it to you and says, it's always important to be careful, but thank you for letting us know. We will see what we can find out.
And then I think at this point, because
And the package that you're handed, which is wrapped in newspaper, is warm.
I think this is actually going to be very genuine, just because also like she is actually hungry,
Yeah.
like, and she's very stressed out, and also like,
and it smells wonderful, by the way.
Yeah. So, and I think there is going to be a lot of truth behind this, but she's going to be like, are you sure?
She says, remember that the workers of France must always stick together.
I remember that's what he had said.
And
thank you.
Of course. But you are not alone, and Paris has not been abandoned.
Yeah, it's frightening how they're starting to go after citizens now, and all of this, you know. But no, we must stick together.
Remember this. De Gaulle and them want you to be quiet, to do nothing, to just wait. Until when, I don't know. But while they sit in London, eating their food and saying that we should wait, we are dying, and we are starving.
It smells delicious. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you for this information, but be careful.
Yes, of course.
And she puts her hand on your shoulder, and you can tell that she looks moved, right, by your plight. She, after having assessed how healthy you are or not, relatively speaking, her face, which is a little hard, softens a little bit. And you get the sense that she is concerned about your well-being. And the kind of, it's like she has decided that you're not a threat, and therefore you are a comrade who needs to be aided. And she still has a little bit of sort of wanting to keep security tight, but she clearly is in a way that is not as warm as somebody like Sylvie might do. Perhaps a level of warmth that is similar to Regina, is trying to be reassuring of you, as, you know, she's a little hard, but she's trying to be reassuring of you as she sort of like just pats your shoulder and says, and she just kind of squeezes your shoulder. She's clearly, I don't know, had a hard life of late, and her empathetic vibes are not as strong as they could be. I mean, she has them, she just does not particularly express them particularly well, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
But she tries to make you feel better. And she goes, you might want to, did anyone see you come into the shop?
No, everyone, their eyes down, but they were in the direction of the
She goes, wait, I'm sorry, could you describe exactly who was taken?
They were those
How many?
There were three, two boys, one girl. They were young. They were those jazz children. The Zazus, I think they call themselves.
And she looks, the minute you say that there are two men and a woman, she looks relieved, because there was a moment when she was like, hold on, how many were there? Could you describe them? And once you describe them, she looks a little more relieved. Just
like, oh, those weren't our people. Okay.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you. We will see what we can do. But in case you want, we can have you come out through the back, if that is.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. If it's no trouble.
No, of course. And she takes you through, and as she walks you through, the woman Yvette comes to sort of relieve the front space, and you walk through this back area, and I don't think Sylvie's ever been to the tailor shop, actually.
I don't think so.
No, you haven't. The tailor shop, when you walk in, the first thing you see are 2 rows of industrial sewing machines. There's like 4 of them. And there's a woman who's sewing on one, making a lot of noise. And behind them are all of these racks of clothes, because it's a dry cleaners. And there are all these clothes, just racks and racks, which means you cannot see at all what's behind them. But you just hear these industrial washing machines behind these racks of clothes, and this sounds of sewing happening. And this woman who's sewing up front just sort of looks at you, and Elodie, who you know, but she has not recognized you, walks you through past these racks of clothes. And when you get to the other side of all these racks of clothes, you see 2 large industrial washing machines to your right. You see an office in the far back where there's a woman who you have heard of, most likely, Mother Courage, who's standing at the doorway of this office, just watching. And you see 2 men, one who was the big boxer type, standing around, carrying a shirt, just holding a shirt on a hanger, looking very, very threatening, not towards you, but just in general. And another young man who's also sort of standing around, looking like he works there in a sort of slightly threatening way, and another woman. So like there are 3 of them, and the young lads and Elodie all look related. They all look like they're siblings, and they all look like they're related to the woman. And Elodie sort of takes you through back past the office and out to a back door that will take you out of the shop into that inner courtyard of the building, so you can get out in a way that is not the way you came in. And she just and Mother Courage smiles at you warmly as you walk by, trying to make you sort of feel reassured. And right when you get to the doorway, you hear a woman, Yvette, go, "Wait!" And she rushes through this whole sort of long space, and she comes up to you, and she gives you a kiss on the cheek, both cheeks, as you have your package of clearly food, and she just slips something into your pocket and then she sort of makes her way out as you are escorted out of the building.
And then as she goes out, she's going to turn and again to Elodie. Oh, merci. And please make sure you take care of yourself as well.
We try. Paris is dangerous, so. But eat.
Yes, merci beaucoup. And then she'll go into the courtyard and just like scuttle away. she'll do the prego scuttle.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then as soon as she's out of sight, she kind of just like starts normal walking again.
Meanwhile, over at the Hotel Majestic, you've got a little bit of time before all of these women arrive. Your husband is off to work. You are alone in this apartment by yourself, dearest Regina, and you have like an hour before they arrive. What do you do in this place?
I have about an hour.
Mm-hmm.
Has food's arrived, like all that set up. Regina doesn't need to have like weird anxieties about the hostessing. So
I mean, you can if you want. Like, I won't stop you from having weird anxieties about it.
Okay, so here's what happens.
If you
know what? This is where Regina's at, y'all. She's like living in her personal hell right now.
Mm-hmm.
This is everything she tried to avoid happening. And so she, you know what? I don't care if she lives in this hotel. She's still up at like the crack of dawn. She gets up, she does her push-ups, probably with Oscar together. They work out, they have bare minimal breakfast, no doubt, because neither of them are into the like gluttonous, lavish kind of lifestyle that could be lived in this scenario. I think they're both dealing with a lot of guilt. And then she has to get dressed. And I imagine that takes longer than it should. And when she finally is satisfied, she probably spends the last hour before they arrive after food's been
I imagine
out. Is it like tea or it's brunch, right? It's
yeah.
like Sammy's. And
yeah. I imagine there's a knock at your door. Some probably around 9:30 or so. When you're still in your like early preparations.
okay for them to like come in. So Regina, of course, always in German, will kind of answer the door. She says nothing to the servants because
There are servants there, right? And their servants are coming in to help bring in things.
Right.
And there's one woman. She's dressed smartly, but she is dressed like the help, but French, but dressed well, right? I mean, you've been here long enough to know that she's probably on the upper level of the hierarchy, not in charge of everything, but on the upper level. And she's carrying a garment bag. And she walks in. She goes, she pauses for a moment. She goes, Frau Leixner, I have a present for you. And she hands you this garment bag.
Regina smiles and takes it. She was speaking French, so
no, she was speaking German. But it was not great.
Okay,
it was not great German.
You know what though? Regina doesn't have to come off like a total snob, so she will say "merci beaucoup," and we'll take the garment bag and maybe give them the hand scudder that's like, go away now when you're done. And Regina will go and pine over what is this.
The woman does not leave. The rest of the people who are bringing in like a service, they're bringing in a table, they're bringing in sandwiches, they're bringing in teas, they're bringing in like cookies and cakes and all of that. And it is very clear to you that she's in charge of this detail. And you have seen her before. You've seen her on your floor around. Your guess, she's probably in charge of this floor, that she's probably like the supervisor for this floor, shall we say, or at least this section, because floors are huge, this section of the floor. And she waits for you.
Should I sign something?
No. Frau Leixner, do you need anything? And she's trying from.
Yeah. Regina's way better at French, right? Probably than she is at German. So Regina will speak in French to her and simply ask the garment. Who is it from?
There is a card, but this is from Mademoiselle. Sorry, Frau Jäger. She says, and her German is again not the best. A present.
That is all.
If you and she looks and she sort of pulls out a small card and she hands it to you. And it's a card. It's like a sort of nice little cream card stock, but you can also tell it's somewhat cheap. It's not like the nicest ever, and it has her name on it. And she goes, "I am Sonia Barbet, and if you need anything on this floor, if there's any trouble you have, or if nothing is cleaned properly, or if you have any trouble, please contact me. That is my extension there, and you can always, if there's anything you need, I am here to make sure that you and everyone on this floor is taken care of and has all of their needs met." And she bows, like it's like a little bow, and she kind of just catches the painting of the Fuhrer as she sort of backs out. And she says, "We will need to return with drinks. But this will come at the time. Is there anything else you need? Please, I would not want there to be complaints. Is there anything else you need?"
Regina thinks, like, we've got tea, we've got brunch. I guess I've got something to wear or maybe to burn. You know, a good morning burn never hurt anything. Yeah, so, okay. No, Regina says, and just kind of says, no, thank you. Back for cleanup, though?
Of course. And she nods. And she pauses for one moment just to make sure that this important woman does not have anything else for her before she leaves. And then she leaves you with an amazing spread.
wonderful. When the door closes, she turns around and Regina just makes like a big F-U face at the viewer's painting right there in the middle of her living space. And she goes over to this bag and she flicks the card and spins it around. What horrid thing does she have to say?
I don't know why you would think that about your ex. The card just says...
What does the card say?
The card just says, Regina, I'm so happy to see that you're here. I cannot wait to see you. Love, Nicolette.
I hate her so much. Regina takes the card and goes over to what I know is a fireplace because it's freezing out, right? So there's definitely a fireplace. And she tosses the card in and watches it burn. And she goes over to the bag and she unzips it. What's in it?
A dress.
Of course it's a dress.
Of course it's a
Kind of
dress. Oh, it is one of the most gorgeous evening gowns you've probably ever seen. It is striking. It is dramatic. It is sexy as all hell. It is nice. It is nice. And there's
Regina...
a card on the inside.
No, another one.
Oh, yeah. There's the inside,
Regina
there's the
debates
outside
it.
card and the inside card.
Regina takes the inside card.
No
What does
names.
it say?
I would love to see you in this at my party Friday night.
I bet you would.
I miss you.
Flicks that card in the... Nope, she doesn't
Yep.
even finish reading
Yep.
it. She just, like, flicks it in the fire. Okay. She, like, zips this dress up and she kind of grabs it off the hook and takes it over to a closet and buries it in the darkest black corner where it belongs at the far end.
It's real nice.
I understand that, but
and you
I
know
can't
what?
wear it to tea, so...
It also fits you perfectly. You would, because she knows your size.
Well, we'll find out if Regina ever finds out. Is she gonna wear it? Who knows? But on today's episode of Housewives of Paris, Regina has to go to fucking tea. So she's going to get dressed. She grabs a daytime wear, so it's nothing evening. It's nothing risque. It's got a longer hemline, so forth and so on. She grabs a pair of stockings, the huge. She fixes her hair back in that, like, kind of sexy, but really I'm just gonna sit around my house all day and drink kind of way. And, if you know what I mean. And she debates the glasses for a while, but I think she tries to probably do something and then fumbles, and it's like, huh. So she has to wear the glasses. And then she stands in front of the mirror and smokes a very bold cigarette alone while she stares at herself and thinks probably how much she looks like her mother.
Yeah, you do. And as you are contemplating, you get the phone call. There's your phone ring.
Regina puts on a very fake smile and then she goes over to the phone and picks it up. What are we? Lackner residence.
And you say, this is the reception. You have your guests. They will be arriving shortly.
Yes, thank you. Please send them up.
Which is interesting because you might imagine that the people who would be arriving would be living in this hotel. But clearly some people are coming from outside of this hotel.
Okay.
So most of the women who'd be important who are in this, like either in propaganda or in the military administration, they all live in this hotel. And so they probably wouldn't need...
So they wouldn't need to go to the front desk.
But somebody from outside is coming as well.
Okay. Regina pulls her dress up and checks her thigh holster. takes the pistol and like pulls it off, double checks that it's loaded, puts it back, pulls the dress down, feels better about the situation, and tries to. I think she has a moment. It's like, what should I be doing? What do housewives do? And she just kind of like she leans on a chair. Like awkwardly until the knocks or whatever.
And then you get your knock.
Come in.
And the door opens, and I will show you who you are going to be seeing at the moment. The door opens, and there are two women. There are two women standing there, and as they're standing there, you can see another two women sort of approach. And the first woman is that woman, Suzanne Abetz, and there's a younger woman, Corinne Lucaire, who are standing there, clearly came together, and you do not know them. And then two other women are approaching from down the hallway, both of whom you have seen before. You've seen them in the hotel. You know that one of them is clearly the wife of one of the some of the people in your husband's office. And actually, you imagine both of them are, but these other two women you don't know. And the woman with the turban, she seems to be quite... She has an air about her of importance, is what I would say.
Okay. And this is what's in my doorway?
And she sweeps in with like a fur coat. She and the younger woman clearly have been outside because there's a bit of snow on them. And they sort of sweep in, and a maid has come with them to take her coat from her and looks to you as in like...
Regina gets up like she's going to do it and then sees her do it. And she gestures like without saying anything for the coat closet.
Yes,
right?
And this maid who's come in to do her job, right, sort of takes the coats from the two women who've come outside, and the two women who are coming from inside the hotel don't have coats on at all. And this maid comes in and, sort of puts these coats away in the coat closet. And these four women show up in your home.
It's so bad at this. She walks over. She doesn't get too close because she doesn't want to. She has a tendency to be imposing, and she's trying not to be. And she says, "Thank you so much for coming. I am Regina Leichner."
And the woman, the main woman,
have the pleasure of meeting,
comes up, and in a way that is quite French, gives you the baiser, the kiss on the cheeks, right?
Oh.
And she does four.
Right.
And she smiles and she goes, I am and she speaks with a French accent. I'm Suzanne Abetz. It is my pleasure to be here and to welcome you to Paris. I am the wife of the ambassador. Otto Abetz, I'm sure you've heard of him. He's the ambassador from Germany to France.
Of course.
Come.
A pleasure. A pleasure.
And she puts your arm around her arm and she pats your hand as she leads you towards the spread. And the other women just do not seem as important to her as she sort of like swoops you towards your own table.
This is not how Regina wanted this to happen. She was just going to try to fade into the background. Okay, Regina goes very willingly.
The younger woman looks quite pale, who also came with her. Looks pale.
Sickly pale?
Yes, a bit sickly pale. Just a tad. I mean, she's made up to give herself a bit more color, but she looks a bit thin, a bit sickly pale, in a way that is quite dramatic, if you like that particular kind of look. There's a bit of a look, but she does look perhaps a little unwell. And the other two women are clearly not as high in the social structure as the wife of the ambassador, and who's French, and they are they sort of come in and sit down, and they all sit around, and the ambassador woman, so Suzanne, she places you at the head of the table, but she sits right next to you. And so, how are you enjoying this city of light? Oh, I'm so sorry. This is my very good friend, Corinne. And Corinne gives coughs a little bit into her handkerchief. And she goes, bonjour. She is also French. The younger woman is probably 20 years old, about, you would say. And the other two women are probably in their 30s. And she goes, and she kind of looks at these two other women, and the two other women smile, and they decide to introduce themselves because the ambassador woman does not know their names. And one goes,
okay.
I'm Hannah Roth, and this is my good friend Natasha, and we have seen you in the hotel. And Hannah goes, my husband, my husband is your husband's boss. Aegon Looker?
Of course.
Yes. And the other one's like, oh, and she goes, my husband is works with your husband, and we were all very glad. And they seem like, oh my gosh, it's the wife of the ambassador who's here at this party. Okay. Like they seem to have been a little bit surprised that she was here. And it's a little, okay, well, there are two French women here. So one of them is super important, but that's great. Like they have a slightly like, oh, okay, sort of, and they seem to be a little bit, they're like, oh, huh, oh. And they sort of all sit next to you.
Well, now that formalities are out of the way, would anyone like coffee?
And the German women go, yeah, of course, that would be wonderful, thank you. The coffee is very good. They say to Suzanne Abetz, who is, she's seated as if she is a lioness, as if this is her domain. But not at the main seat because she's respecting your space, of course. But she
yes, of course,
is happy to have all the Germans be in awe of her, as it were.
Coffee? Regina looks to her.
Of course, your hospitality is perfect. So, welcome. Now, Frau Leixner, how are you finding the Majestic?
It is quaint and homey.
Good. Now, is there anything, tell us, well, we have been here so long, tell us something of Germany. How is it going back there?
I have been out of Germany a year.
Oh, I see. Well, where have you been? Traveling?
Honeymooned in this city of light.
Oh, and we have not had the pleasure of meeting you and your, I hear, very handsome husband. Well, that is a shame.
We were looking for something personal, if you know what I mean. Sometimes running right back into the job really ruins the future of such a big family that we want.
Oh, well, that is good. That is good. Well, so, please, tell us everything about your husband.
He's wonderful. And strong. And artistically inclined.
And the younger woman, like, her head cocks at that moment with interest. Just like she's noting it. And one of the...
Just know how to talk about Oscar.
And Hannah Laura goes, I shouldn't say, this is a bit of a secret, she says, but I know something.
Oh.
If we like a little bit of gossip.
Well, what better time than to share it over coffee?
Mm-hmm. Well, your husband, I think, is going to be getting a promotion today of some sort.
Oh. Okay. Well, wonderful.
Yes, he's going to be put in charge of some filmmaking, says Hannah Laura. And the woman with her, Natasha, seems surprised by this. Suzanne Abetz does not seem to care, but Corinne does not look surprised, and she looks interested.
Well, As I said, he is extremely artistically inclined. It is why I fell in love with him.
And Corinne goes, I myself have been known. I was a somewhat famous actress myself back in my day. She seems to be 20. Before I got married to the Count. But if your husband is now in charge of film, I could perhaps revive my career a little.
I'm sure we would both love that very much. I'd be happy to mention it to him.
Well, please, that would be interesting. After all, it is such a. I mean, it has been so long since I tread the boards, and I was quite popular in my day. And Suzanne is like, dear, that was only just a year or two ago. It was not like it was forever ago. Come now. She sort of nods. Just a little, she's a little clammy, as it were. And they're like, well, so, let us talk. What do you know? And Suzanne sort of directs the conversation to basically get good gossip from everyone. She wants all of the gossip is what she wants. And, Corinne is like, well, my father's doing very well at the National Press Association of France. Yes. Regina?
I heard that Nicolette Jaeger and her husband Elias are having a party.
Oh, and they sort of nod, and it's sort of an interesting sort of vibe around the room. And Susanna's like, yes. The new Gestapo. And Hannah goes, well,
I heard.
Please.
Regina leans in and goes, I heard that she made quite a scene at a party in Berlin a few weeks back.
Oh. And they all lean in because this is new info that they do not have. And they're very excited to hear about this. They're like, really? We've not met her ourselves?
Yes, she tends to enjoy making a scene.
Ooh.
Regina, you can see that they probably know that Regina had at least 3 options of things she could say, and she chose not to.
Mm-hmm. And Natasha goes, well, I wonder what the wife of the new head of the SS will be like. She says, in this way that seems a little dishy. And Suzanne goes, well, hopefully we will get the old head of the SS back shortly. If my husband has anything to do with it, he will return as well. And the head of the SS was not Tristan Hassel. Tristan Hassel was head of the Gestapo. So they're talking about some other person.
Interesting. Regina goes, yes, of course. Like, she knows what the hell is going on. Yes, of course. And it kind of nods and agrees and keeps the energy, like, trying to keep the energy at the table.
And it's in
flowing.
like, and
we stay in gossip.
Yeah, there's a gossiping sort of space. And if you like, you can roll a discover action if you want to get information from them.
I do want to get information. I want to know if any of them have met Nicoletta and know whether or not she is pregnant or is trying to get pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know which is which, because we know that there's something around a pregnancy where she would not have come to Hannah, but we don't know why she's coming to Hannah. Is it because she's pregnant or because she can't get pregnant? Like, this information is important. So Regina is gonna, that's great. Yeah, she's gonna roll a discover action.
What skill would you like?
What do I roll for that? Yeah,
you can use any skill you want, but the kind of information you get will depend on what skill you use.
I mean, y'all, Regina has taken all these points in rapport.
I was
Mhm.
gonna say, I feel like rapport would be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I technically have, I mean, y'all, I have a stunt for this.
Mm-hmm.
I can use deceive instead of rapport when I'm presenting myself as a good German.
You can.
Guess what? Regina put on the dress today.
Yep.
She's gonna cash in on that stunt.
How would you? How do you frame this? How do you try to get the information, and who are you approaching? Who are you directing this more towards?
She just, we kind of just laid into the table, and I go, yes. Are any of you attending the party? I imagine if you are, you've had a chance to meet her.
And Suzanne goes, of course, I will be attending the party. I would like to say, and when she says that, you see Natasha in the background. It's like, it's very subtle. It's very, very subtle. Roll her eyes, just like just like the littlest bit.
Just the little
It's just
bit.
a like it's not. It's like it's very contained. But there's just a little bit of eye rolling from Natasha, who is the wife of one of your husband's colleagues, not his boss, sort of in the back. Just the tiniest eye roll. And she was, I mean, of course, I will be there. You cannot have a party in Paris without me. But I have not yet met her. She's being a little bit scarce. I have not met her. Although I imagine some of the others have. And she sort of looks to see who might have met her. And it's clear that she's assessing the two German women.
Also digging?
Yeah, she's also digging. Also, she's like, huh, okay. What are you all about who are not so interesting? And Natasha just sort of shrugs, like she's like, I've not met her. And I've not met her. And Hannah Roth goes, well, I actually have met her, Suzanne. I met her at, well, I've seen her once or twice. My husband has had a lunch or something with her husband, and so I have seen her once or twice. We're not very well acquainted, of course, because she's only just arrived. But, yes, I have met her because sometimes you get invited to the right lunches, she says. And there's a little bit of a tension right there in that space. Just a little bit.
Regina goes, really? Well, what is she like?
Oh, well, she's beautiful, of course. And she just sort of stops, and she's like, do we have champagne and orange juice for this brunch? I think they call this
of course.
mimosa.
Regina stands. Regina doesn't even let her. Please continue. Like, don't stop talking for mimosas. I'll make mimosas.
This will be mimosas. And there's like a maid who's like, should I do this? Like, she's very beautiful, of course, and striking. Her eyes, very well bred. Sophisticated, smart, intelligent. She's well read. I believe she also rides horses. Something that I've been told. Could I let me have that, please? And she takes the mimosa from you, and she says, "Oh, and she's probably going to be one of the belles of all of the social scene here in Paris. Now that she's here," and she just sort of says that. Not to Suzanne, but near Suzanne, if that makes any sense. I imagine she'll be taking over all of the social scene.
Then it is very kind of you to share what information you have about her with us.
And Suzanne goes, oui. Yes, dear. What information do you have about her that would be interesting? I mean, as you know, says Suzanne, my parties are the best parties, and anyone who is anyone would be at my parties. You, Hannah Mucke, was it? Have not yet been to one of my parties, is that right? You've not yet been invited. But I feel like that could be an oversight. And Hannah is like, She goes, well... And she just takes like a little cucumber sandwich. I have heard that for all of her beauty, her husband is Well, I should not say it's not polite to say in mixed company about her husband's wandering eye or their lack of warmth between each other. I mean, I would never say any of those things myself.
Well, maybe that's why she's looking for a doctor.
And everyone's like, ooh.
Yeah, Regina was like waiting on it. She needed the end to be able to drop the bomb.
And they're like, and the young woman, Corinne's like, oh, is she not well?
I'm not entirely sure. I heard she's been looking for a doctor, one specifically for fertility reasons.
Oh, and everyone's like, tick, tick, tick. I feel like you need to give me some kind of create advantage here, is what I feel like you're doing. I feel like this is like, I feel like
roll last time. Okay, let's see.
I feel like you're doing some setup here, is what I feel like I got.
+2 to create a deceive advantage against someone who has never met you before. This whole room is full of people that don't know Regina from a German on a high heel. So.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, I feel like this is a bunch of creating some advantages here. Fantastic. You're going to get an advantage with 2 free invokes.
Oh, yes.
Because you succeed with success to create that advantage, which is all going to be about you've spread some dirt on Nicoletta.
Perfect.
So you've got...
Perfect. The seeds are slowly being planted.
You've got some dirt there. Now, if you would give me your discover action, which is your rapport.
Which is my rapport. But can I use that stunt, the good German one?
Yes.
To roll deceive instead?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, good. I'll take a good.
That is a tie. So you can ask the question at a minor cost, or it's a very minor cost.
A very minor cost. Would that cost be coming from our French goddess over here, or is that going to be coming from our German duo twins, the twins of doom?
I feel like the cost is going to be that Suzanne Abetz quite likes you and is quite interested in you.
Okay.
And that she's going to want to, she finds you an interesting asset is what I think your minor cost is going to be.
Okay, well, you know what?
It's a little
Regina's
bit of
gotten far worse for far less. So I will take that consequence.
It's just a little bit of a boost.
Yeah.
Little bit of a boost.
If you know what, she needs to dig into Regina. Regina Krause is legit. I mean, minus Oscar, but he's not around because he's out there now making a movie.
And she's gonna have a little boost on you, where she's just, she's just got a little bit of interest in you, is what it is.
Yeah. So she's just gonna seed that in there and
So what is the question?
Sip some champagne.
What is the question you'd like to ask? What information would you like to know?
What information? And who do I have this on? Is it anyone in the room?
Anyone in the room. You can ask one question.
Ooh,
and you have the wife of the ambassador. You have her friend, who seems to be the daughter of a very important publisher. You've got the wife of your husband's boss and the wife of your husband's colleague, both of which are in the propaganda department.
Who did they have dirt on? Like, Regina spilled some dirt, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I feel like maybe over maybe a top off of their mimosas, they might be a little loose-lipped enough at brunch to give Regina some dirt on someone else.
Okay. That brunch is going to, so like, as the brunch is going, you're going to learn this one bit of information, and you might learn a little bit more in terms of attitude. And that is Natasha, the wife of your husband's colleague.
Okay.
Let slip that Knochen, the head of the SS, was, how do I put this? I need a really good verb. I don't want to use the word kicked out because that seems, how do I put this? So it seems that, rumor has it, it's not even really a rumor, she says, well, General Stubnagel, who you know is the person who's he's the head of the military administration for France.
Right. Okay. Okay.
General Stuppnagel was so angry at the SS for, I mean, she looks around. You heard about those bombings of the synagogues that happened a few weeks ago, I'm sure.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes, of course.
Well, as it turns out, it's not well known. But the SS did that. It wasn't communist agitators, it was the SS themselves who did it. Because they wanted an excuse to get more influence. And the general was so angry that he forced the Führer to take Knochen back out of Paris. So we should be getting some sort of new head of the SS sometime soon, because Dr. Bones, as they call him, has been sent away. Isn't that interesting? And
very interesting. You are so interesting.
And she looks a little like, because I will say out of the whole group, she's the one who gets the least amount of attention because she's the least.
Yeah, Regina knows. She just reinforces it. You are so interesting. Thank you. Just wonderful.
Oh, well. And she smiles. And Corinne doesn't seem to care about this gossip at all because she's a bit more interested in maybe having your husband book her in a movie. Suzanne seems a little sour about it. This sort of information, because you don't know why, but she seems a little sour about it. And Hannelore seems kind of neutral. Like, she seems like she kind of like she's heard it. You do not feel as if this is new information from either Hannelore or Susanna. Suzanne, they seem to have known about this particular kind of gossip, probably because of who they're married to. But yes, there is a bit of a
Okay, so I will, Regina. Okay, when how far does she want to go? How much pride does she have to lose today, everybody?
While you're thinking about that, our Sylvie makes her way to this small bistro, and in the bistro.
On the way though, she does want to check her pocket. She wants to see what that one gal slipped in there. What is this in my pocket?
It is some communist propaganda.
Oh, fun. Well, she's going to take it out of her pocket and put it in a more secure location. Yeah. She'll tuck that down her shirt.
It's a newspaper.
She's going to assume that it's going to be harder for people to start searching around in there, and she can make a bigger scene about it. So.
It's like it's a communist newspaper. It's like a newsprint. It's like one page, like it's one sheet with information on both sides. And it's the news. It's sort of giving you the news on what is happening. And there's a lot of information about Pearl Harbor. There's some there's like information that you would not get from the official news sources about people going missing. It's laced with propaganda against the Germans, of course.
It seems useful, though. I mean, even to know kind of what the communists are up to, as well as what they know. Yeah,
and I can give you some of those details. But there are, there's information about exposing various people as being tools of the Germans. There's information as well about. There's a lot of the Germans have shot these people and names of people that they shot just a few weeks ago. There's information about about how much food the Germans are taking. There's a lot of sort of trying to expose the fact that the Germans are not your friends, and they're not here to be pals. Everything does make the communists look pretty good as well. And what might be you're gonna have to give me
this seems useful. Where do I hit subscribe?
Yes, you're going to need to give me a discover action because there's a bunch of stuff in there and I want something from you. Tell me which skill you'd like to use.
Can I? What are my options? I mean, I feel like awareness, but what other options would there be? I mean, would context be an option? Is there anything I could discover from just knowing the city really well, knowing how, they're both at the same level, so I don't know that it really.
But you just get different information based on which you use.
Let's
awareness would tell you something about the newsprint itself, right?
Let's look at context. Let's look at the, because I feel like that would be more about the actual content of the
Mhm,
material.
mhm, mhm.
It's good.
It is good. Would you like to succeed at a minor cost?
Sure.
Just a minor cost.
Yeah, just a wee little.
So as you are, ask me a question, and you can ask me a question that would be any kind of information that you might glean from people that you know on the street or about people.
Would there be in this newsletter
Mm-hmm.
anything about? And I imagine too, there's only she kind of skims it, you know, because you don't want to really have that kind of out in public.
Yeah.
But
Anything people related or gossip related as well.
Yeah. Is there any way to get a sense of what the next or current moves are? Because I know like there's been like as far as the communists, it's been we're shooting soldiers, and because the soldiers have tightened things up, I feel like they're smart enough to move on to a different tactic now. And I'm curious if, as she looks through it, she could like pick out like, okay, they're focusing a lot on this area, they're focusing a lot on this type of language. It looks like they might be starting to kind of gear people toward this kind of maneuver next.
Yeah. You can get an answer to that question, but it's not the answer you think you're going to get. When you look towards where they're talking and where they're focusing, especially because we're thinking about people, you do notice there seems to be pressure being put on them, but not by the Germans. There's a lot of sort of emphasis on recruiting and getting people to join the cause. And it seems like
like they're losing people or they're running out of people.
No, it seems like people are being poached. You're getting the sense because you're really good with contacts and people, right? It seems to you as if people are being poached. And there's a little bit too much emphasis on the de Gaullists. So your ability to read the ways in which people contact each other and the ways in which people interact with each other through this says to you that it seems to you as if there may be a new player in the game, which is an impending issue for our world situation, that it seems to you as if maybe de Gaulle's people might be poaching people for resistance things, which is news to you because at this point in time, de Gaulle has not had anybody on the ground. There have been no de Gaullists here at all, but it seems to you by looking at using your context skill that there's some kind of poaching going on, and you suspect it's probably de Gaulle has put people on the ground here.
I mean, I feel like we definitely would want to be privy of all of the players. Okay, that seems like a conversation we're going to want to
have. And by the way, it is food in that package. There's
food is it?
There's fresh bread. I'm gonna say this to you, and I don't want you to freak out. There is meat. There's like smoked ham in there. Not a whole lot. It's actually a very small amount because meat is
an entire smoked ham.
No, because meat is very difficult to get. It's a small bit.
The whole thing.
And there is also a small jar of goulash. Yep. And it's warm and it's fresh. And it's just this little bit of food, including some meat, which is astounding. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yay. And you make it to the bistro. And
and she does make it to the bistro now. That's a question.
Yes, she does.
Okay. So same question, Sam. Is it a crowd? I would imagine if you chose this one, it's a little bit less peopled.
It's not very peopled. There are a lot of spaces where you can sit and not be overheard.
That's good.
But it's a very French bistro. When you walk in, give me empathy.
Yeah, I'm even better at empathy.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's good.
Give me, by the way, that minor cost is that any de Gaullists will have a bit of a boost when chatting with you one time boost on you. To be
Any de Gaullist will
yeah.
just pat you on the face.
They're going to be they're going to be a little bit we'll call it convincing. I have some convincing de Gaullists here for you.
Okay.
Just
The worst
so
kind.
Yeah. They're going to be there for you. Would you like to succeed at this one at a minor cost? Because you tied.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's rack up those minor costs.
Okay. And that minor cost is going to be, of course, that the chief of police is going to have, a boost on you, so he can.
Is so happy to see me that he just cannot control his emotional responses of joy.
No, that you will like him a little bit.
Well, and I think she already does to a point anyway. I think that makes sense, or else she wouldn't. If she didn't and she didn't trust him, she wouldn't have reached out. So that I think makes sense.
And so your question about this bar.
Yes. So it's very French, a little bit more quiet.
Very working class French.
Okay.
It's a very working class French place. Very locals only kind of a place.
Okay.
Quite old.
Not a lot of soldiers walking in and out.
No. But also not a lot of fancy French people walking in and out.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot of people who... You get the sense it's very much a neighborhood bar.
Mm-hmm. How would the police know about, or the chief of police know about this place? Would he... That is
your question, yes?
Yeah, that is my question. Like, because I would imagine a working class nice little bistro that's a neighborhood spot that's not upscale. If the chief of the police comes waltzing in there, if it were a random place where he had not been before and he's in his getup, I feel like people would be startled. Does this seem like a place that he has been before, that he is comfortable, that the people are comfortable with him? Is he a regular of this place?
That is a great question and a really good one to ask with empathy. And as you walk into this shop, this little bistro, you see the bartender, like the tavern keeper, goes, "Oh, bonjour," and he just sort of points you to a back in the corner, where you can see the prefect of police. And when you're a singer, language, you're an actor, and when
that was a real comfortable way that this person invited me in,
as if you as a non-local, like, this is the kind of place that when people walk in, people give them the stink eye. Do you know what I mean? It's that kind of place. But you have a really good ear, and as you hear him say, welcome, and point you, you're like, I've heard that accent before. This is a very, very sort of local neighborhood accent. And I hear it. The last time you heard it was in the Prefect. It is. That's what I was wondering. Okay. It's the same accent, but the Prefect clearly has suppressed his accent. Downplayed it a bit. Has downplayed it because it's a kind of a working class, very local accent. And the chief of police, the Prefect of Police, doesn't have it anymore. But you were like, oh no, wait, the way that R was pronounced, right? There's that a little bit of that echo, right? And you're like, oh, and it's because this is what 1941, and people had regional accents that are neighborhood specific in towns like this, like in Europe. So many, like, you're like, oh, you're from that neighborhood, and it's one of those things where it's like a very specific accent that he has sort of grown out of as he's gone into these like big positions of power. But he could likely bring back if he wanted to. He could bring it back. Like if he took the hat off and was hanging out with the guys. Yeah. And you're like, oh, this is his neighborhood bar.
Mm-hmm.
Probably from some time ago, is the sense that you get.
Mm-hmm. Which I think Sylvie would also take note of,
Yeah.
that like if he's showing her this and
Mm-hmm.
letting her see this, like I think that is a mutual kind of trust
Mm-hmm.
moment,
Mm-hmm.
trust building exercise.
Mm-hmm. And he's in this little booth in the back, the chief of police.
So she will approach, and I don't think she ate on the way, so she'll still have her little
Yeah.
food pack, and she'll kind of just set it on the seat beside her if it's a little booth bench.
And for those in the audience who have not seen him, let me show you what he looks like. I think we are all already in the map zone. So this is the new prefect of police, Amédée Boussière, and that is him. Here he is. This is him right over here. If you wanted to know what he looks like, and he's a much older fellow. He's not like a young striver. He's been working for the French government for decades. Right. He's one of these sort of old established folks who was brought in at the last minute because the previous prefect of police, who was a young striver, was assassinated by people in this group.
Mysterious people that we could never know who they are.
Could never know who they are. And they brought in, right at the, immediately a much, much older and more established sort of French person with a long, long history in law enforcement. And he sort of sees you and he nods and he goes, Mademoiselle, and he gestures.
Also, I do have to say, this picture, even this picture, he looks like such a nice, the picture just looks like such a nice person.
He
has such a friendly face in that picture. Anyway.
And he goes, you look very different. I look different.
But, and I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I mean, and he knows who she is, so she would probably just go back to, bonjour, chief prefect. And she sits down, puts her little pack down. Yes, I'm sure you've heard the reports of my untimely demise.
I'm glad to see that you are not, after all, dead. I'm sorry to call you in like this, but I had information for you that you might need to know.
Well, and likewise, if all goes well. But yes, as far as just starting off, as far as anyone knows, I would like to introduce myself. I am now Evelyn Garnier. Did you say pleasure?
Yeah. It is my pleasure as well. I hope I am sorry to hear about your club. It is too bad.
Thank you. And once this damn war is over, well, we'll rebuild as we always do. This is the City of Light, after all.
Oui. So, I hope you and all of your friends are safe.
We're doing well.
Did you get? And he looks to make sure no one's listening. Did you get all the people out of Paris?
And she's going to lean forward, and I imagine too. There's probably really no one in here. This place, but like, you never know. You can never be too safe.
And the radio's on in the background,
Yeah, we did. Everyone is back and safe, and I didn't use any of my regular players, so they couldn't be tracked, thankfully.
And the thing is, I imagine, because you had like 1,000 some people to get out of Paris. I think you probably kept them at the Grand Mosque because they had the space to get a lot of people out, and they got them out. You don't know how they did, but they did, because
they did really well too with that other whenever they called on Tango. So like it seems like they have the capacity to deal with a lot of people.
Which is like interesting. They can like hide large numbers of people in their basement. So
who knew?
And he goes, well, I did not know who else to turn to with this information, but I thought I would. Well, when I found out you were still alive, then I thought I should tell you.
Yes, of course.
And he pulls out a piece of paper, and he slides it over to you.
She'll pick it up and look at it.
And it's official paperwork from the German military command.
What's that say?
It is a directive that comes straight from the Führer.
Oh God!
And
what kind of fun news?
Yes, it is the directive, the Nacht- und Nebel directive. And I will read it to you, and I will actually give you the handout at some point, not today. And it says, and it's dated yesterday, the 7th. Directives for the prosecution of offenses committed within the occupied territories against the German state or the occupying power of 7 December 1941. Within the occupied territories, communistic elements and other circles hostile to Germany have increased their efforts against the German state and the occupying powers since the Russian campaign started. The amount and the danger of these machinations oblige us to take several measures as a deterrent. First of all, the following directives are to be applied. 1. Within the occupied territories, the adequate punishment for offenses committed against the German state or the occupying power which endanger their security or a state of readiness is on principle the death penalty. This would include, for example, graffiti, by the way. So anything that is perceived as being hostile to the occupying forces are now, that's now death penalty.
Would that include, I don't know,
everything?
Teenagers standing on the corner?
Sure, if they felt like it.
Okay, just...
Yeah.
Okay.
2. The offenses listed in paragraph 1, as a rule, are to be dealt with in the occupied countries only if it is probable that the sentence of death will be passed upon the offender, at least the principal offender, and if the trial and the execution can be completed in a very short time. Otherwise, the offenders, at least the principal offenders, are to be taken to Germany. So if the local authorities will not kill them within about 8 days, they're going to be shipped to Germany. Paragraph 3. Prisoners taken to Germany are subject to military procedure only if particular military interests require this, which means the military does not have authority over these military prisoners unless they can make a very good case for it. In case German or foreign authorities inquire about such prisoners, they are to be told that they have been arrested, but that the proceedings do not allow any further information. Which, by the way, goes against the Geneva Convention. Paragraph 4. The commanders in the occupied territories and the court authorities within the framework of their jurisdiction are personally responsible for the observance of this decree, which implies if you don't do what they say, you'll be in trouble. If you're part of the law enforcement authorities, which, by the way, would include the guy you're talking to. And paragraph 5. The chief of the High Command of the Armed Forces determines which occupied territories this decree is to be applied, which means local people don't get to decide if they want to do this or not. He is authorized to explain and to issue executive orders and supplements. The Reich Minister of Justice will see executive orders within his own jurisdiction. And he says, so this decree that says, what we understand is that they are also using this for propaganda or purposes, so that they will take people in the middle of the night. I know this. It's under the SS, the Sicherheitsdienst. They are under the SS. They are now in charge of all of this, and they will be taking people in the middle of the night and not telling anyone, and people will just be disappeared into the mist.
And have no idea why. No
idea why, and no one will know that they've been taken, and there'll be no way to find out who's been taken, and if someone that you love has been taken, you will have there'll be no record of them being taken. There'll be no one to speak to, no information to be given.
This is a lot they're asking.
They are not asking.
Well, no, of course, but a lot they're demanding.
And I thought I should tell you that this is, I will be, as the Prefect of Police, I am normally in charge of arrests and things like this. This is what they've been doing so far, is making sure that we French do this. But they have told me that it will not be solely my responsibility anymore to arrest or not arrest, that they will be adding the SS, or specifically the SD, will be doing this. Not the military, not me, but the SS will now be arresting people. That is not normal, by the way.
No.
And I wanted to tell you one more thing. It's important.
Yes.
I've been given instructions.
What are these?
And you can tell he's very disturbed by this.
I feel like she's disturbed by his disturbedness. I mean, he's gotten a lot of directives thus far that have been pretty freaking disturbing. So.
We had an understanding, all of us, that the arrests of Jews would be only foreign nationals. That the Jews of France are French citizens and they would not be arrested.
Yes.
I have been given a directive to round up wealthy, influential, intellectual, professional French Jews in retaliation for the shooting, the violence on the streets.
Retaliation for the shooting?
Yes.
Committed by the communists?
Yes. So they want me on Friday night, to arrest as many well-to-do French Jews as possible on Friday night. This is part of this retaliation that has come from the Fuhrer himself, that there should be 1 billion francs as a fine placed upon all Jews of France to pay. Paris, they must come up with this fine for the deaths. They will shoot 100 Jews and then take 1,000 and ship them to Germany. But this was not the deal. The deal is that it was different if it was people who are not French, but they're going after French citizens, people who've been here.
They are not interested in deals or promises or anything that makes any semblance of sense or humanity.
I can tell you one thing. And he looks a little uncomfortable. So,
what's this?
What they plan to do is ship people on trains out east to Germany, perhaps French citizens. But, and he just looks around again, reaches into his inside pocket of his jacket, and just slides you one more piece of paper.
And this one she's going to pick up even more slowly, as if like it might burst into flames. And she slowly picks it up and looks at it.
It's a map.
And she's going to very carefully fold it and then just wedge it down, way down in there. Is this what I think it is?
I have to do my job. I will be making raids because I will not be alone. I will have to arrest French citizens and take them to the places where they will be in transit. But in order to, I cannot, he says slowly, I cannot ship people back to Germany if the rail is not in order.
That was my thinking exactly. It would be such a shame if something were to happen to it.
And I know which they want to take. We are to put them in the transit cap in Campagne, and from there, there's the rail line back will hit. There's a bridge. And if something happened to that bridge, then we would have to delay shipping people back to Germany. Because...
Bridges are very unstable.
And if it's not safe, then I cannot ship people out east. And I don't know what sort of capabilities you have, but if there are problems with the rail lines, then I cannot ship people out east, so...
Allow me to worry about that.
But Friday is when I have been told to get the most wealthy, the most French, and the most integrated into French society Jews and take them. So I would hope that if anything terrible were to happen, it would happen soon. Very soon.
Yes. Yes. The time grows short. She's going to lean forward. I do not envy the position that you're in, Prefect. Although, and I apologize for saying it, I would rather no one else be in it but you.
Well, I've already gotten death threats on my door, so...
That means you're doing something right.
Well, I just hope that the resistance does not kill my children. Do you have anything for me?
I will put out word and we'll see what we can do on that front, but you have already saved many, many lives. And I think it's important to take that to heart.
Well,
and this will save many more.
You have to know I have to arrest them.
I know.
Well, I don't know if you know people, friends who are Jewish, French. If you do, they should not be around on Friday night. They should not be in their homes or...
Yes.
Oh, one more thing. It's going to come down tomorrow, the day after, I think. One more directive. Jews will no longer be allowed to move house. Where they live, they must stay.
Will they be restricted in their movements?
Yes.
Okay.
Where they live now, they cannot be anywhere else. So...
I see.
And we know where everyone lives.
Yes. That's good to know. Yes, I do have some information for you as well. And she's actually, she does not have the sparkling memory of Regina, but she has enough of a memory. She's actually going to reach in, she's going to pull out the communist newspaper, and she's going to set it down and slide it across.
He'll take it, give a quick look.
It seems, as I gave this a once-over, we have another player on the board. The communists seem to be losing members to another force, as it were. Someone else is in town.
This will only bring more violence to our streets. Thank you for letting me know.
Well, I will, of course, let you know as I find out more, and believe me, we will find out more.
You cannot tell anyone that we know each other.
Absolutely not. Me run around with the police? I don't know who you think I am.
All right, well, I will go first.
And she's going to actually take her little packet and put it on the table and start to unwrap it. I have to eat lunch.
Jacques will take care of you. If you need anything, it is on the house.
Oh, thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. And do what you must, but you and your family and your children, please stay safe out there as well.
He looks outside. If you've seen the violence in the streets, all of which I am being blamed for, there's very little safety. And he stands up, and he's probably like, the guy's in his 60s, by the way. Like, he's not particularly young. He's clearly at the retirement age, but they're like, we need you come do this job. He probably should have been retired like last year. And he gets up and he sort of nods to Jacques. And he nods to you with a little bit of a bow. And he heads out onto the streets of Paris. And somewhere across town, there are some gunshots happening. But somewhere else across town, as this prefect of police is sort of heading out into the streets to a car waiting for him, and you sit with some food that you haven't had in quite some time. Over at the Hotel Majestic, there are 5 women with champagne and orange juice and canapes and cucumber sandwiches with the little crusts cut off and thrown off into the trash by the people who work there, gossiping about who's wearing what and who's upset with whom. And there's been a little bit of drinking, and at that moment, one of the women, it's Natasha, she leans over to Regina and she says, "So, your husband, we've seen him, he's quite, well." And there's
Dashing.
and like you can see that they all agree that he's quite dashing indeed. And they're like, "So, tell us, what is it like?" And they're about to say, you know what they're about to say. They're going to talk sex, because now it's the sex time of the brunch.
Damn it.
When the phone rings.
Oh, Regina, like, almost bumps the table, like, standing straight up. I should get that. Have another round, yes? Regina, like, runs out of the room. The phone has saved the day!
And...
It has saved the day.
And?
Lexner Resonance. This is Regina.
Hello, dear. It is I, Holga. I have a few questions for you.
Oh, hi, darling.
Hi, how was your day? Was it nice? Was the weather being as poor as it is?
Yes, we are in the same city. It was social.
I was just always curious as to see your perspective. Speaking of perspective, I have been asked to cast some players in a movie that we are putting on here in the City of Lights. And I have a potential candidate. It's a very strapping young boy, perfect for showing Aryan, the Reich, and the power of the Father's land. This boy would be asked to do some things that are not dangerous, but perhaps could be conceived as a few stunts, riding a horse. This boy, what do you think I should do? He's still young. Is this someone that we should risk in doing the stunts, or should I bring in somebody as an older, like a gaffer, to come in and, to do the stunts for him?
Well, darling, what a strange question. I would say you could use the young boy. Just remind him that in the end, he doesn't have to do the stunts. He can always come home.
And the ladies are listening because your dashing husband.
Good, because I always like to hear your perspective, and in many ways, I like to get your permission to strengthen my own opinions.
Yes, darling, my opinion. You've always cared so much for it. And Regina gets like real close to the phone as if it's going to make a difference. And she kind of whispers, "Just tell Luke she can always shoot him and leave."
Yeah. Yes, the shooting schedule is going to be very tight anyway. So it's something that we could just have a day shoot, perhaps, just to come in.
Yes, one good day shoot ought to do the job if things don't go well.
Jawohl. I mean... my dearest.
Yes, love. I have to socialize. I will.
Yes. Well, it's time to go. Well, then, as we always say goodbye to one another, kiss, 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 kiss.
Kisses.
You hang up first.
Oh no, you hang up first.
I'm going to hang up now.
Okay,
I'm going
bye-bye.
I'm still here. Are you still here?
Oscar, hang up the damn phone.
Yeah. And then he hangs up.
And the ladies who are lunching are all sort of like paying attention to this like clearly romantic, but also this sort of situation with the like, oh, like, you know, you clearly it's like, oh, is there a situation for casting? Oh, filming, like, and like, clearly they're all very interested in all of that. As you come back, the women are like, oh, so your Holga was on the phone.
Yes. Marriage life suits me well.
I'm like, we should talk about this. I was so excited.
I was actually thinking I could use some help with a decision.
Oh. And everyone's like, all right.
I need an opinion. This party, as you mentioned, Holgar is so dashing.
And they're like, mm-hmm. And one of them, Natasha, who's clearly not as high class as everyone else, she's like, have you seen his ass? And like Hannah Roth goes like smacks her shoulder. So sorry.
As you might imagine, it is difficult to. Well, I would want to keep his eye, and in the company of such as a Nicoletta, or and I gesture to this French lady because I just want to like make her feel good, you know. I want to make sure that for the party, I really look my best.
Oh, everyone's very excited about this one.
I had a new dress shipped in. Would you mind telling me how it looks?
Oh. And Suzanne is like, I will give you, of course, all the advice. I will note that she is not the most stylish, but she has the most power in this particular gaggle. But they are ready for dresses. They are ready for it.
She just needed to like shift conversation away from Holgar. Like that is all that needed to happen. And Regina will suffer through the pride of this situation. She goes in there and she like, you know, unzips and she zips the bag open and puts on this dress that Nicoletta has sent.
Would you tell me? I would like you to describe this dress for me, but I will give you a bit of context. You'd have to go back to college. It would have to be a dress that was like one of those ones that is like where there was a discussion between you two about it, right? Something that either.
Okay, I know.
Yeah,
I know. Regina like swore she'd never wear red. That it's too like it's too bold and saucy and of a color for Regina to wear, and I bet this dress is blood red.
Yeah,
I bet it's blood red.
This is the dress that she would want you in, right? That if you wanted to impress her and if you wanted her jaw to drop to the ground, right? This would be the dress that you would wear, and she got you that dress, and you know it's for her. Yeah.
Right. That's okay. It's okay. Yeah. I just need to pet everybody's ego for a while. And so Regina, like, she doesn't even look at herself. Yeah. She is not even going to look at herself. She just walks out of whatever the hallway or whatever that's adjacent to this room wearing this dress and tries really hard not to feel like she is splayed open for all to see.
Could you roll a rapport for me?
I could and can.
Ooh.
There you go. I only got a 1.
It's
but
fine.
I got fate points.
You do. You don't need to worry about it. You walk in, you're a little awkward, right, in this dress. But the dress is real pricey, real impressive. Fits you a little bit too well, perhaps. It might make you feel uncomfortable how well it's clearly tailored. Like, this is not an off-the-rack dress. It was tailored for you, which means she still remembers your figure quite well. I don't know how you feel about that, but she does. And
Regina tries to think about none of that. And she just kind of puts her hands up and she goes, well, too much?
No. No one will steal your husband with that dress. Says
is it bad? Immediately Regina's like, should I not wear it?
No. I mean, and then Suzanne thinks about it, and she is trying to figure out, she's clearly conflicted about her answer. And she says, well, it depends. Do you like this woman who you think might steal your husband? Because you will show her up, I'm certain, if you wear this dress.
It's more of preventative measures.
Well, that will prevent. And Natasha gives you this kind of like she like presses her thumbs like, good luck for you, like, you got this, girl. And she's just like, she had maybe one mimosa, a little bit too much, or Natasha, and she just sort of like smiles, and you can tell that she wants a cigarette, but she cannot have one because it's inappropriate. But
well, I hope that all of you are going to be in attendance.
And Suzanne says, I, of course, will be there, without a doubt. And Corinne nods. She was like, I would be there as well. And Hannelor's like, I would be there. And Natasha's like, well, I've not yet been given an invitation to this party, but, well.
Maybe I could do something about that.
That would be nice. And I think this is a moment where, like, your lunch is going to probably sort of peter out.
Yeah.
And that is where we're going to have our break.
Yeah.
So that you two will have finished your business with others so that you may have some business with each other. We're going to take a break, everyone. I want to see if we have, let me see if we have any donations to read out. We do. Oh my gosh. So first off, I would like to thank Milkfire,
Oh, hi, Milkfire.
who donated $59.73, which
Wow, thank you.
which will pay our cast for today. First time I can make it for a live show. You guys are great. Thank you, Milkfire. And I know that Milkfire had to go to sleep already because I believe Milkfire's off in the other time zones. So thank you.
And I want to think Milkfire's still catching up too.
Yes.
But they're posting in the Discord as they catch up.
Yes. So amazing. Also, Rissa, our wonderful mod, who is pretty great, pretty awesome, and full of amazingness, and reminds me of the things I need to do, like fix the RPG command so that the time is correct, has donated 500 bits and said, congrats on Regina's rumor mongering, which, by the way, I'm gonna be giving you an aspect for later. And then also, your turn, my turn, a positive one for you, has donated 200 bits with some love. So thank you for that. All of those bits and tips go to help support the cast and for their time and their wigs and all of the things they do. So thank you. We're going to go to break. And so I will ask you all to hydrate, stretch your legs, look away from the screen so that you can be good to your eyes. And when we get back, I believe our duo has some discussions to have on train travel, probably? I don't know. Who knows what? It'll be great. We will catch you in 10, everybody.
Listen, America. Come closer. You and your home, and you speeding along the highways or riding the trains and skyways. Listen wherever you are. We bring you good news. Listen, America, we bring you good news. This afternoon, the National Broadcasting Company and the Women's National Emergency Committee, in cooperation with the Federal Office of Defense, Health, and Welfare Services, invite you to listen to the dramatic living newspaper of a nation on the march toward greater achievement, greater security through the health and strength of its people. This afternoon, Listen America presents as its guest one of radio's favorite daytime programs, Big Sister. The distinguished scientist at the United States Public Health Service, Dr. Floyd S. Goff, the motion picture star, Warren Williams, and the popular singer, Miss Irene Beasley. Our orchestra is conducted by Merle Kendrick. And now, here is our master of ceremonies, the distinguished editor, writer, and news commentator, John B. Kennedy. Good afternoon, all. Once again, we turn our spotlight on this America of ours. We silhouette the human living the dynamic stories of a vital young America, forging toward a brilliant tomorrow. A picture of America building the health, strength, and security of its future. on a solid foundation of real achievement today. This is America triumphant. This is good news. Here is good news from the farmers of America. Food for Americans, food for the British, food in reserve for the hungry of Europe. That's the triple challenge that faces American farmers as they wind up the 1941 crop year and begin to plan for 1942. Not so long ago, Paul H. Appleby, Under Secretary of Agriculture, returned from England with facts and figures on the food situation. In a recent speech in Kansas City, he said, "Every boatload of food we send to England produces the time that will elapse before the democracies of the world triumph over Hitlerism. I brought back facts and figures. We must translate them into freight and cargo." And to bring those facts and figures to the farmers of America, Secretary of Agriculture Wickard himself traveled thousands of miles, spoke at scores of farm meetings. In Memphis, he told the southern farmers what was wanted.
We want 8% more dairy products next year than we had last year, and 5% more than we're going to produce this year.
And in Gloucester, Massachusetts,
I think almost every farmer by now must know the story of the 1942 production goals for his nation, his state, his county, and his own farm.
yes, the farmer knows. Listen, America, to the farmers. Here, Cal. Lend a hand with this pledge.
All right, Jed.
So, the county commissioner said to me, "Jed," he said, "you've got to grow more vegetables, get more milk out of your cows." Yes. I said, fine, that's great. I don't know about the other fellows, but as for me, well, here, hold this, folks. Okay, Jed. Yep. I said, "I'll grow your food. Plenty of food." And so the farmers of America answer the call of freedom, producing in greater and greater quantities those foods vital to our health, strength, and security. The right food will keep us strong, and our strength will keep us free. And next, good news from the field of science. Here's exciting news from the headquarters of nutrition science. The laboratories where the search goes on night and day for new knowledge of what we need for health and strength. Today we bring you exciting news of a discovery about one of the new vitamins, pantothenic acid. And our guest scientist, who is going to tell you all about it, is the distinguished biochemist of the National Institute of Health of the United States Public Health Service, Dr. Floyd E. Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I noticed you kept using the word new in speaking of pantothenic acid. It's so new, in fact, that we haven't had much time to get acquainted with it, even in the laboratory.
Well, I see, but only last week Dr. Roger Williams received the Chandler Medal of Columbia University for his work in identifying pantothenic acid, this new member of the B family of vitamins.
Yes, that discovery was announced only last year.
And I noticed that pantothenic is called the acid of life, necessary to all living creatures. Is that correct?
Well, Mr. Kennedy, it seems almost certain that pantothenic acid is not only necessary for life, but for the health of man. I have to put it this way because we've experimented with pantothenic acid in animals, but not in man.
Well, what happens in the case of the animals, Dr. Duff, when they are deprived of pantothenic?
Nothing good, I assure you, Mr. Kennedy. Without this vitamin, young rats fail to grow. There often doesn't seem to be anything drastic the matter with them, but they die suddenly. When we make an autopsy, we find that there are hemorrhages in the adrenal glands, and that many of the cells there have been destroyed.
Well, I suppose the adrenal glands are responsible for the adrenaline that our bodies require.
Exactly. The adrenal glands form, store, and secrete several substances which are vitally necessary to the health of the body.
Well, can you give us an example, Doctor?
Adrenaline, for one. When we are frightened or angry, we need a quick access of energy for quick action, and adrenaline helps to make this energy available. Another vital substance secreted by the adrenals is cortisol, which has to do with regulating the salt balance of the body. When this balance is disturbed and the potassium level in the blood gets too high, that is dangerous.
Well, in your experimental animals, Dr. Dobbs, can you cure the condition originally brought about by starving them of pantothenic acid?
Yes, if we add pantothenic acid to their diet, provided our patients are not too far gone, the cells of the adrenal gland will then regenerate. And not only that, rats which get their pantothenic acid do not develop the disease condition of the adrenals.
Well, can we say then, Dr. Dobbs, the pantothenic acid is a protective factor of...
We interrupt this program to take you to the NBC newsroom.
From the NBC newsroom in New York,
Honolulu. A naval engagement is in progress off Honolulu with at least one black enemy aircraft carrier in action against Pearl Harbor defenses. This bulletin from the NBC Newsroom in New York.
Back to our programs now. On the problem. But science, Mr. Kennedy, is not a question of what we hope, but of what we know. Fortunately, we can be sure that research as a whole will move forward steadily on the new ground of knowledge.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duff, for your contribution to the dramatic news of America on the march. From the halls of science, our living newspaper quickly switches the scene to the American home. And for a glimpse of everyday people putting the lessons of science into practice, we visit one of radio's best-known families, Big Sister. Used to be much more of a problem to Big Sister than he is these days. But that was when Nettie was a kid. Now, Nettie's 16 and a man. Well, very close to being a man anyway. Nettie seemed to have something on his mind as he walked home this evening. Now he's just entering the house.
Is that you, Hart?
No, it's me, sir.
Oh, hello, Nettie.
Oh, Dr. Master.
Hello there.
Why do you look so grim, Nettie?
Nothing. Hey, excuse me a minute, sir. I want to make a telephone. If there's anything I hate, it's a liar.
What? Who's the liar, Nettie?
Pete Lynch, that's who.
What about it?
I'll tell you in a minute. Hello, Charlie. This is Nettie. Listen, I've got to ask you something. Were you near Damon's Pond this afternoon? You didn't go near the place, huh? Well, what do you know? I just met Pete Lynch. He told me a kid was walking on the thin ice on Damon's Pond this afternoon and fell in. And he saved his life. He said you saw him do it. No, that's all I want to know. Yeah. So long, Charlie.
Nettie, isn't Pete Lynch that boy with the bad leg who came here to see you last week?
That's right.
The one who cared for the boy?
That's right, and he's a doggonest liar you ever saw in your life. Why, he told me...
Yes, dear, we heard that. He told you saved someone's life.
Yeah, and it was a lie. Boy, tomorrow when we get to school, I'm going to prove to all the fellas what a liar he is. After that, he won't have a friend in the world.
Does he ever hurt people with his lies, Nettie?
Well, no, he doesn't hurt them. What good does it do him to lie? Well, if you found out.
Nettie, I wish you wouldn't expose him before the other boys tomorrow.
Why not? Gee, sis, you're not sticking up for a liar, are you?
No. But I'm trying to get you to see that you ought to be sorry for him.
Sorry for him?
Mm-hmm.
Why, do you know what he told me last week?
Nettie, listen to me, dear. Pete Lynch is a boy who limps. He can't run the way the others can. Can't do the things the other boys do. He's been that way ever since he was an infant.
Well, what of it?
Let me finish, Nettie. 3 years ago, his father left home. And since then, his mother has had to support, keep, and herself by sewing for other people. He's a sensitive boy who feels all these things keenly.
Sure, I know he's had a lot of tough breaks, but that doesn't mean that...
Don't you see why he tells these harmless lies, Nettie?
What do you mean exactly, Ruth?
I mean that he's been deprived of a lot of things that other boys have. And that hurts. The ability to play the way other boys of his age can. Having a nice home. Pete misses all those things. Older people know how to do without things they want very much. But boys of Pete's age haven't learned how. Pete's been cheated, Nettie. And all these lies he tells, they're just an attempt to create a life he's never had. He feels a sense of shame because his father left home. He shouldn't feel that way, of course, but he does. He feels slighted and unimportant. And that's why he tells these lies. To make himself important in his own eyes. To build up his self-esteem.
You know, I never thought of it that way. Well, Pete isn't really a bad guy.
Of course he isn't. He's just a very unhappy boy. Nettie, why don't you ask Pete to have a talk with Dr. Bannister sometime? I'm sure Dr. Bannister wouldn't mind.
Not at all. I'd be glad to. Nettie, have you ever heard of mental hygiene?
Mental hygiene? What's that?
Well, that's for people who are confused and troubled and unhappy. A great many of the large hospitals have mental hygiene clinics. And it's especially important that more people know about them these days. After all, a man who has a burden on his mind is just as much a handicap to, well, let's say, our national defense program is a man with a broken leg.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What Dr. Dennison means, Nettie, is that there are older people who have the same trouble.
And we are back, everyone, for the second half of City of Light and Shadow, episode 7, titled yet to be determined. When we get to the end, you'll have to let me know what you think. In our first half, our two agents had brunches with various sources of information and found out information. And I'm just going to note, I did a thing, which was, I was like, last week, Tango saw some youth being roughed up by Nazis on the street, and he made some choices, and I want to see whether or not Sylvie would make the same choices. It turns out you didn't make the same choices at all. His choices involved getting into a gunfight, and then getting shot, and then the young people just being slaughtered. So his choices were very different from yours. I just wanted to know if you would make similar choices.
No. She's pregnant. She's pregnant.
So you didn't decide to get into a big gunfight with them. That's cool. So you didn't get shot. They didn't get slaughtered.
Wait till Regina finds out. Tango's gonna lose his gun. He's gonna have to start having fist fights. He's gonna have to take up all his fights with his fist.
Yeah,
I think you don't get a gun
losing
anymore.
gun privileges. He is losing gun privileges for himself and the safety of everyone around him.
It's fine. I mean, hey, it happened. So that was that. Now, it is at this point in time, we know that Oscar and Tango are off on some sort of mission. We don't know exactly what it is, but with Luke. So those three are off to do something. And Sylvie and Regina have finished their respective brunches, and they can meet up, I imagine, at the flower shop if they need to share information. But at this point, the boys are off doing things, and this leaves the flower shop, Sylvie in the flower shop, Luke's mother's in the flower shop. That's all who's there at the moment. Yes, so I'm going to turn this over to you all.
Yeah, so Sylvie would just be in there doing her floral arranging.
I imagine Regina is out back sweeping a stoop over and over in deep thought of something else. She's just there going through the motions at this point. She's got a lot on her mind.
So you've just arrived, I imagine, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think not long after Regina gets there, Sylvie's going to want to have some convo, girl talk time.
Yeah, she probably comes in the back. She puts on an apron. Because I imagine there's like some kind of uniform we wear for like being part of the shop. And then she just like goes out back and she just kind of picks up a broom and it's just like, thinking about things and struggling, and she sweeps steps over and over and over and over and over.
And as she's doing that, I think Sylvie would just kind of materialize in the door behind her and just like be standing there for a second, just to see if Regina notices her at first.
She probably doesn't right away. She seems a bit distracted.
Okay. Which I feel like Regina usually notices a lot of things going on around her. So,
point of order. Hey, Sylvie. She seems distracted in a way that is not healthy to you.
I was gonna say, like, normally she would notice if somebody just like kind of was hovering behind her out of nowhere. So Sylvie's just gonna stand there for a minute or so, and watch her sweeping the same spot. Then she's gonna just speak up, not moving. She's kind of leaning on the doorway, smoking her non-cigarette holdered cigarette. And she's just gonna say, so I think that spot's swept.
What? Oh, yes, it is suitable, I guess. It is an outdoor patio. What difference does it make? She kind of like leans the broom against the door. How are you? Are you hungry? I brought food.
I actually ate a bit. Ran across some teens doing teenage things, and I got taken away. But I ended up
away where?
I don't know, wherever the Germans have been taking people these days. But I ended up running into the tailoring shop. They didn't recognize me.
You went to see the communists?
Well, I popped in to let them know that there was trouble down the street.
Why?
Because there was trouble down the street.
They're being watched by MI6.
Well, MI6 doesn't know me like this.
Okay, well maybe it's a good thing they didn't recognize you.
And anyway, the communists didn't recognize me, and I left out the back, so...
Okay. It's not the worst news in the world. At least they didn't offer you soup. Okay.
Well, they did give me food, but I got some info from them anyway, which they didn't realize they were giving me.
Like what?
Well, dig this. When I was leaving, got slipped a little newsletter, I guess one might say. And I gave it a little peek, and as I was looking at it, you know, back in my bar days, we did a bit with marketing. We did a bit with wordplay, you know, promotions and this sort of thing.
Thank you, Raiders. Hello, welcome on in. Come on and have a seat.
Hello.
Welcome in, Raiders.
But you know, you use certain words to get across certain sentiments. You know, you've worked in sly ways before. Anyway, they were focusing a lot on membership recruitment, and they were focusing a lot of negative talk toward the De Gaulle, and it's coming toward my attention that there might be some new players on the scene, new players that have been snacking on some of their former members.
Interesting. So she's trying to grow her force. Why? They seem to possibly be losing people as fast as they're gaining them.
Well, or they're not gaining them at all. I don't know how many people are willing to put their life on the line when there are this many risks involved.
Well, I hate to
it's
be
a risk
the
just to be here.
Bad news, but I had plans to try to visit them today. I wanted to maybe let them know they're being...
Well, I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
I have something that I promised I'd deliver. It's, unfinished business, I guess you could say.
Yeah. And, there's some other things too, but first, I'm assuming you weren't, giving all that extra love and care to that one piece of the stoop for no reason. What's on your mind?
I had brunch with a gaggle. A German gaggle.
Welcome in, Raiders. Have a seat.
Well, Raiders, welcome in, Raiders.
Listen, I had to deal with gaggles a fair amount back in my day, and if you're not going in fully prepared, and by fully prepared, I mean a lot of alcohol beforehand, maybe some drugs, and you know where I am with that right now. I'm pregnant.
I am aware. No, I handled them.
Were you properly prepared? I mean, how did you prepare yourself for this?
I didn't. I mean, I did. It was fine. It all was fine. They believed it. Oscar seems to be the crush of the block.
Of course he is. Of course he is. Have you seen his ass?
What is it with all of you and Oscar's ass?
Have you seen it?
I have gazed upon it.
It's a night. Listen, there are things in this world that are works of art. Have you ever seen, a flower, a gorgeous flower blooming on a mountainside? It's kind of like that.
Oh, well, maybe you can give me the words to talk about how wonderful Oscar is the next time they ask me. But until then, I pulled off brunch just fine. It actually isn't brunch that is the problem.
What's the problem?
I don't know. There are lots of problems.
Well, aside from the obvious, go on.
Okay. Say you had an ex, and you were having a party, a big party, in your honor. Would you send your ex a dress and invite them to wear it? And if you did such a thing, would you, Sylvie, want your ex to wear it? Hypothetically speaking, for a friend of mine? Even if it looks really good and is tailored to your form?
I mean, we've all done things in the past that, maybe as we get older, we look back and we think on, and we're like, maybe that wasn't the right decision, but maybe after some drinks, it led in the way we initially planned it to go, and then it was a fun night for everybody. But, as time passes, and then you think about that, and you're like, well, if I were to think about it now, would I do it? I guess it really depends on the situation.
Well, it's, like I said, for a friend, I'm sure they'll figure it out. They will sort that issue. I have some interesting news.
Hold on. What's the situation with the ex? Like, what kind of an ex are they? Are they still, getting together?
Sylvie, it's my ex, Sylvie. You met her. It's my ex.
Oh,
it's
that
Nicoletta.
one? She sent you a dress?
Not just any dress. Red silk.
What was it, a paper bag or something?
I repeat, red silk.
Oh, girl.
Do you see the predicament that I'm in? And she sent 2 cards, one on the outside and one on the inside.
There was an inside card. And then Sylvie's just gonna float down closer.
I'm just having a difficult time deciding whether or not to wear it. It feels like wrong to indulge her objectification.
Well, what did the inside card say?
I don't know. After she told me how much she wanted to see me in it, I burned it and enjoyed watching it burn.
Okay, so it said how much she wanted to see you in it. Okay.
More interesting bit of information. So I've learned her husband is a bit of a promiscuous fellow.
A dirtbag. Oh.
And I have a real talent for luring dirtbags. So I am torn. I see the dress as both a weapon and a set of handcuffs.
Both of those in a bad way, yes?
Partially. I mean, it does fit me well, and it is rather glamorous.
Well, let me ask you this. How does it make you feel when you put it on? I mean, take her out of the picture for a second. Like, if you had just found this dress, you know.
I would never wear this dress. It's red. That's the reason she sent it, because I swore to her once upon a time that I would never wear red, because
What's wrong with red?
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with red. It's bold, and it draws attention, and oftentimes is a bit fierce and fiery, and I don't particularly.
You are all of those things. I don't see what the problem is.
My clothing around any of those adjectives. Listen, Sylvie. I just can't decide if I'm going to wear it or not. Part of me just simply wants to use it against her.
I think if we're looking at it as a weapon, because weapons seem to make you more comfortable than dresses anyway.
It's true. I at least wear my weapon with my dresses.
Well, so think of it, instead of a dress, that it's a weapon. And you're wearing a weapon and not a dress. Think about it that way. Because
you do know what I'm capable of with a weapon.
And my dear Regina, a woman can be capable of the very same thing with a dress.
It is true. I will put my pride to the side and wear the dress to the party.
And besides, you know, I mean, if it's a dress that she really wants you to wear, that she really wants to see you in, that you look really, really good in, which, you know, I mean, I'm sure there are other people that would be interested in seeing you in the dress too. I'm just saying, I mean, it would be a shame not to let, you know, not to bestow that gift. But anyway.
I don't need anybody else to confound that area of my life. That is not why I would wear such a weapon.
I'm just saying. But if she wants this so badly, imagine for a moment if you wear this dress and then you don't give her what she wants in terms of attention.
In fact, I thought maybe I would give her husband that attention.
Wouldn't that just irritate her? I've seen how she operates.
And possibly crush me, but we shall see who wins in the end.
Why would it crush you?
You know, objectifying myself in a dress that my ex bought me to seduce her husband is not necessarily a Saturday evening worth my time. That being said,
listen, again,
sometimes we have to do things we don't want to.
I understand. I do. But in a situation like that, when you're going on a mission such as one that this is, and you think about it again, you think about the dress as a weapon. You think about your body as a weapon. Your movements, your looks, your words, they're all weapons. They're all a part of your arsenal. It's not...
We shall see. I'm just saying, it's a tough thing. How far will one go to watch her burn? Well, I might go far. And that's troubling.
I mean,
that being said,
she sounds dangerous.
She is poison.
You were willing to go as far as it took for... And Sylvie's not going to say his name. And she's going to say,
right.
But think about the amount of lives that have been saved because of that. It put people into play that have been important. It brought Oscar here. You know, it's a heavy burden. It's not one that should be on you, but none of this should be on any of us right now.
Ever the optimist, Sylvie.
Well, I'm optimating. She passed her stomach. I'm optimating for 2 now.
And you're doing a very good job.
Well,
There was a part of me that wanted to give you the dress to wear. I feel like that would have really pissed her off. But then I
well,
remember you have to carry in flowers, so...
well, and besides, I'm not in any shape to wear a dress that's been tailored to you. I'm afraid we're not the same size anymore, but I expect to return to my former shapeliness ever so soon, in about 3 months or so. Anyway.
Perfect. Then we'll aim to make sure that you know who is dead by then, and then I'll give you the dress.
Ah, wonderful. And as soon as I put it on, I'll roll around on the floor. It'll be wonderful.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Oh, of course.
Have you checked on Hannah?
I haven't seen her today. I haven't seen her since Sunday. Yesterday. Since she,
She's well.
since we were looking at the pictures and she left.
Yeah.
We're gonna need to find her.
I know where she is.
We're gonna
Why
need.
do you say it that way?
I had a brunch as well. Less gaggling, but just as much information.
Oh.
So and she actually, she's not gonna reach for that just yet, but so there is someone in town who does know of my the mistaken accounts of my former death. You remember the last roundup?
Yes.
You remember how I got that information?
The police chief.
Well, we met at the edge of the city. He had some more information to share.
He seems to be sharing a lot of information.
He inherited a very ugly situation, and one that he does
agree.
not he one that he does not want to be a part of, but one that he can't really avoid.
So what? He's a noble man trying to make a difference?
I think that a lot of us are in difficult positions, and I think that of anyone to be in the position he's in, I would rather it be him than anyone else right now. Anyway, the information that
trust
he
him?
had,
Do you trust him?
we were able to get hundreds of people out last time.
So what did he tell you this time?
Friday. It's not going down till Friday.
Okay.
I
What
saw
is?
and Sylvie actually took the directive with her, didn't she? It's a directive straight from Hitler himself. The only thing that was keeping people rational, keeping people thinking that there was some sort of sense behind all of this, was that they were taking Jews who weren't citizens.
That's not the case anymore, is it?
She's gonna pull that out and hand it over as she's speaking. Because of the shootings that have been going on, they're going after the wealthiest, most prominent, most integrated French Jewish citizens to take over, to take away. And also the process, and I guess the directive actually talked about just the process, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be by this process.
Okay.
No one's going to know.
Regina folds a piece of paper and hands it back to Sylvie. Actually, she goes, "Can I keep this?"
Yeah, I don't think I want to touch it anymore.
And I will just note that the directive is just about anybody who does anything they don't like against the occupying forces.
Right, against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mentioning of rounding up the front shoes, he just told you that in person because that's not written down.
Yeah.
That is just what he's supposed to do
Yeah.
on Friday.
Yeah. Now and she's gonna go into that too. Now the paper, it's about anybody, but the next roundup, he was given that by word of mouth, and he passed it along. They're gonna be taken out of the city. They're gonna be taken out of the city.
There's a lot of people, yes?
They're to be taken by train.
I imagine.
They're
That
gonna be
answers
taken-
Regina's question. If they're moving them by train, it's too many to move by truck.
Right. They're going to be taken by train on the rail. And she's going to repeat the line stuff.
The rail to the... Okay.
Rail. But he also, he gave me this to answer your question about trust. And she pulls out the map and she hands it over to. And I was thinking this, but he actually mentioned it himself. And she unfolds it and shows it to him. And then she, with her cigarette, she kind of gestures to the little point where the bridge is.
Okay.
They wouldn't be able to transport anybody if this bridge is out.
Okay.
And we don't have a lot of time, but I think it's important that we make sure that, and she's going to take her cigarette and put it out like right on that spot. We don't have a lot of time, but I think it's vital that we make sure that, and just puts it out right there.
That's
out.
Friday. You said they're moving them Friday?
That is right.
That's when they're going to
Tuesday,
grab
Trooper?
them.
That's when they're going to grab them. That's when the roundup of the people is going to be.
And it's Monday right now.
It's Monday right now, so we have a week to plan this if we needed to. Okay. So it doesn't have to happen tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to. Regina says,
The one other thing he said, the day after tomorrow, anyone who's Jewish is not going to be allowed to move their homes, leave. They're going to be confined. They know where everybody is. They're going to be tracked, it's going to be a little bit trickier to get people out, but
I need to go warn Hannah. She needs to be aware. I imagine there are going to be a few families she's going to want to let know. We need to try to get as many people out as possible. Upon my return, we should...
Oh no, I'm
if
going
you'd
with
like
you.
to. We should go see the communist. I imagine that they will have a fair share of families that they are going to want to tell. And it seems... Did you show her the propaganda book? You did. Did you show me the communist propaganda book? Yeah.
No,
Regina goes, and it
the
seems
propaganda one I gave to the chief of police.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
has
yeah.
it. So she doesn't have it. So Regina just says, it seems that they are very good at getting to the people.
That they are. But I'm going with you to see Hannah. This is...
Are you...
We go
feeling
back,
up
you
to
know.
a walk because we have... I know. That was made very clear. Many times.
Yeah. About
You know,
that.
it's funny. It's okay. Things of the past, right?
So he kind of just waves her hands around.
Yeah.
As if to say,
You know, it's funny. A few nights ago, we were celebrating me giving Doris a ring, and since I got back to Paris, all I can think about is Hannah, not Doris. When I should be thinking about my well-figured husband, I'm sure.
I don't think that's the direction your eye goes.
I guess you could say that again. Well, we should go tell Hannah.
We
and
should.
Then, visit Mother Courage. I think we need to get the word out to as many people as possible.
Yeah. And hey, listen, you know, if you ever want to talk about any of that stuff, I know what it's like to think about someone at one point and somebody else at another. And I know what it's like to be a bad ex. If you want another opinion.
I'm afraid that none of those things have a lot of space right now in my life. Kind of fighting a war and all that.
I don't think it's a matter of whether or
just
not it
easier.
has space. It's taking up space. That's why you
Yes.
need to talk about it to get it out.
I don't know what to say. What do you want me to say? That I love too many women? But don't actually have the capacity for love?
Well, that's not true. And maybe you do love too many women. Although, not too many, because I don't know if that's possible. I think you're complicated.
Well, from my perspective, I'd say I am about one too many over.
No, not yet. Sylvie makes a face.
I imagine that Doris would disagree with you, as would Hannah.
You're a complicated person, and these are complicated times. It's not easy to fit into any sort of box in a place like this.
Yes, it's true. It doesn't keep me from hurting them, though.
You're not in control of what they feel. You're not in control of if they're hurt or not. They're big girls. They get to choose what they
I guess.
do, who they're involved with. And
Yes, but
it's not right of you to try and make a decision for them.
I have not tried to make any decision for them.
No, but holding yourself off, keeping yourself to yourself, not being open with them, it's not protecting them, you know.
I've been open. It's half the problem. I told Hannah the truth.
Well, telling her the truth, that's different than being honest with your feelings.
I don't know what my feelings are anymore. I felt a lot of things, none of which have ever gotten me very far.
This
So,
is,
it seems that I do a lot better when I avoid putting my emotions in with others. Seems it at least keeps them somewhat safe.
and that keeps you from ever being happy or dealing with any of this stuff. Listen,
Yes, that's true.
you know, one thing that has never happened ever since we started working with Collette. I've never once asked her about Dimitri.
Why?
Sylvie, since she put out her cigarette, she takes out another one, lights it, and she leans on the thing again and kind of like looks just in the courtyard. You know, we were gonna have a baby too, Dimitri and I. Hannah actually helped me out with that. Didn't seem like the right time.
I assumed as much. She kind of told me.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a good decision, a bad decision. It's always so hard to tell with stuff now, especially now that I'm actually, you know, and she just like pats her belly. You know,
I mean, you're gonna be kind of a awesome mom. Very
well,
cool.
yeah, I'm anticipating being one of the best. And she kind of laughs and then she turns. Do you know what he looked like when I saw him?
Who?
Dimitri. I saw him, when he was up in Drancy.
We haven't really talked about it. You seemed to struggle with the events.
And Sylvie's gonna hold up her arm, which is much thinner now than it used to be.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I look at, certain parts of myself, and I can see my bones now, you know how, like, when you look different, you don't really recognize yourself anymore?
I know exactly what that feels like. I contemplated it over a cigarette in the mirror this morning.
Yeah, right? And she's gonna hold her wrist out, which is, I mean, she's a pretty petite gal anyway.
Yeah. Regina just says, "Are you eating?"
His bicep, it was this big. And she's just like, holds her wrist out. It was this big, Regina. You ever watch horror movies before?
I can't say that movies were really my particular taste. I was told I have no sense of humor. But then again, how could I focus on the movie when he was trying to hold my hand?
But you've seen death. You've been around it. Have you seen...
You could say that.
But have you seen it after the body's been there for a while? After the life has left and things have begun to decay, and the hair falls out, and the skin starts to peel away, and the color's gone.
Yes. Yes, is a simple answer. I'm sorry that you had to see him that way.
Have you ever seen that kind of death speak to you?
That kind of death changed me. It made me who I am. It's why I killed my father.
Did it tell you you were the reason that it was holding on? That it was...
It did not.
Refusing to let go, to go somewhere I'm assuming is better? To stay in that vile hellhole surrounded by people on all sides? The smell, the filth, and the people, they were all very nice, but he said I was making him stay there because he wouldn't let go.
Do you believe that? That the reason he was hanging on was because of you? In the darkest of times, we look for anything to hang on to. When I killed a man for the first time with my bare hands, he begged for his life over and over. He tried different tactics to get me to reason through the process. I imagine in Dimitri's inevitable death, or what we thought was his inevitable death, he too was looking for tactics to reason. And at least you are a bright light. And he wasn't begging for his life.
Oh, but how can I ask after that again, I mean, what if they fixed him? What if he's alive? What if they brought him back?
Then I hope he finds a new light. You just told me that it is not my responsibility or my burden to place my feelings on others. I would say it is the same for him to you. You very clearly love this child and Tango, and whatever strange reasons that you may have. But I can tell he does make you happy. So he can stay.
It's generous.
But I say that because you are not responsible for Dimitri. Just as I am not responsible for Nicolette.
I love a lot of people, you know.
I do. Trust me, I relate with that. It may seem hard on the outside, but it's only because I protect very important things with it.
Yeah. In the end, I'm not sure if that's any better or easier or worse or harder than throwing it all around. I think the hardest part is that, really, I wish that he had died in there.
Do you wish that he had died? Or his want for a future with you had? Because there's a difference in watching a man die and wishing for him to wish for something different.
No. I wish that he had. You don't get over something like that. You don't heal. Your body, your mind, you don't get over something like that. He'll never be the same after that. He had so much life in him before, and his hair was all just, you know.
I am a firm believer, and never say never. Maybe he does. Maybe he is a different man. Maybe he needs something other than you. But he doesn't seem like a bad man.
He's not.
I can't imagine what you felt having to look at him in that state. But if there's one thing that I've learned over the last few months, it is to regard life a little differently than I once did. It is a bold statement to say you wish he had died.
I hate that. I'm pretty sure it makes me a bad person.
It doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you a realist.
I don't believe in realism. I took a vow against it years ago.
Well, you spouted.
I'm trying to cut back.
I don't have the right words about Dimitri. I can't even decide if I can walk out of my house and address my ex-partner. So I don't know that I'm the best person for relationship advice. But, I can tell you that whatever you saw in there, whatever happened to Dimitri, his outcome and his future is not your responsibility.
I just wish I didn't have to see it every night.
May I be honest with you?
Of course.
Do you think that is the last horrific thing that you will see before this war is done?
No.
Then as a woman that I greatly respect, and what I expect to be a very fantastic mother, I suggest you wrangle with your nightmares, because they will become dreams by the time this is over with. I can't imagine having to see somebody that I loved in that state. But all you can do now is assure that no one else you love ends up that way. And forgive yourself for whatever it is that haunts you about Dimitri. He is not a ghost. Not yet. If it is true, what she says, that she has him. So he does not have the power to haunt you. Only you have that power.
I suppose that's true. I mean, you know my feelings on ghosts anyway, and certainly doesn't help it.
Probably not. But I'll tell you this. I don't know this Dimitri from a bag of potatoes. But if what you really wanted was him to be dead, well, I would kill him for you.
I'll keep
I'd
that
kill
in
just
mind.
about any man. Good.
I think the worst
Best I
part
can.
about it is that if he came back, if he wasn't, it would just be hard, you know. Just the things that are going on now, just with the pregnancy and all.
If he's really as good of a man as you said he is, then all he should do is congratulate you. And if he
Yeah.
loves you as much as he says he does, then he should definitely congratulate you. If he doesn't, well, now you have a new demon to wrangle with.
If he doesn't, I can always shoot him myself.
I tell you, it is quite a ride to actually shoot your demons in the face. I had to throw up afterwards.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you, I do throw up. Not so much now. I've kind of passed that phase, but I will tell you what, the first 3 months I was throwing up everywhere. It was awful. It was awful. Oh,
I threw up on Hannah's shoes.
well, I mean, it's not the first time somebody's thrown up in her shoes.
I'm sure, but, you know, maybe not the woman you're courting.
It's not the first time someone's thrown up on her shoes. I'll tell you though, don't sell yourself short. You do give great advice.
I guess it's something I picked up in London. They said I had to be a better leader. Whatever that means.
Yeah, I think you always had it in you.
That's what my grandfather said.
Oh?
Oh.
Well,
Well, I guess that he said I would be a great leader. I would.
if?
I was a boy.
Well,
So
I
here
think
we are.
that would make you less of a good leader because then you'd be running around trying to have sex with everything, and you know that takes up a lot of time, energy.
Some would say that is exactly what I'm doing, Sylvie.
No, you are having a personal and emotional struggle. You don't see that happening with these men.
They asked me about mine and Holgar's.
What did you tell them? Did you just
I distracted them by putting on the dress.
I was hoping you would have just grabbed the salami and throw it down on the table and say, imagine it for yourselves.
They do not need another thing to gawk at.
I don't know. I think if you give them enough things to gawk at, it's like its own subversion, right? It's like its own spy game. They'll never even notice what you do. You could dance naked on the table if you give them enough things to think about and run over in their minds.
Well, that's a day that we'll all burn in hell.
I
That
look
being
forward to
said,
it.
I didn't know what to say. Any intimacy that I've ever had with a man usually ends up in a physical altercation or death. So, I don't know what to say to them. I find it a rather useful tool for lingering men into their graves.
Well, I mean, you could always play with the truth. Tell them that, you know, you never go in bed with a man. Or rather, every time you go in bed with a man, he just never wakes up afterward.
That's what I told them when I pretended to be a prostitute.
Well, they
A
believe
high-end
you.
prostitute. Do you know that worked for a long time? Regina
They
thinks back on that. That
believe
worked
you.
for a long time. And she never had to do anything. Wow.
They believe you. So, I mean, these gals are waiting to eat anything up. I'm sure they believe it. You could,
That's
Regina,
terrifying.
you could be describing to them you could be reading to them words off of a menu and they'd be buying it up. You could read to them the back of a breakfast cereal and just,
That's a good idea.
you know,
Maybe I'll
it's
find a...
it's
That's
crunchy
something.
and filled with whole oats with a little bit of dates and it passes right through your system. I don't know.
Full of fiber. My husband got it.
Full of fiber. Yes, exactly. It'll clean you out.
Regina laughs at that one. That's funny. Okay, well, as crude as that might be, they were not enough mimosas in for that joke. So,
Well, and maybe they'd never ask it again.
well, these good German women might explode if I happen to say the wrong thing. I met a woman, though. French ambassadress. Well, an ambassador's wife, anyways. She was something. She felt very highly of herself, and she had a wannabe movie star on her right for most of it. She seemed ill, though. I'm no doctor, but she makes you look thick.
Oh no. Well, I'm assuming you mean not just in the midsection.
I mean, in the kind of probably hasn't eaten in 3 days way.
Ooh.
And by choice.
Oh. Well, and if she's running with these sorts, I'm sure she has much more food access too. You seem very interesting people to keep close ties with. You know, find out what you
She
can.
seemed to like Regina Kraus, or at least have some strange interest in this budding German wife.
And Sylvie comes forward. Regina, I am so proud of you going into the wolf's den and making all sorts of little German friends.
Like I said, they are geese, I am wolf.
Making all sorts of little goose friends. Downy, soft, pluckable, delectable goose friends.
Regina leans in and kind of smiles, and I bet I could get one of them to sleep with me. Definitely that German wife. She seemed wholly interested in my sex life. And she needed a compliment or two.
See? This is what I'm talking about. Weaponization. It's a powerful thing.
I will consider it as an option in the long-term plans. Until then, I just have to make them think that I'm a good wife that stays inside and loves her Holgar. And the rest of the time I'll be here.
You are telling me that you and Holgar do not have the picturesque relationship that I always envisioned in my mind with the little oven mitts and the baking of the schnitzels? Schnitzels? It's the schnitzels, aren't they?
I've never baked a schnitzel myself. Anyways, though I guess I could probably do anything if I put my mind to it. I am Regina Berger. Kraus.
See,
She
that's the
corrects herself.
spirit.
That being said, we get physical on the occasion. The two of us. We do push-ups and sit-ups in the morning together. It is our routine.
Oh, of course you do.
It's quite pleasant, actually. Usually I have to do them by myself.
That's wonderful.
I will note that today is the day that you should probably check your mailbox to see if you have any messages from Collette, because it is Monday.
Oh, it is Monday. As much as I have very much enjoyed an open smoke without somebody gawking at me and our polite conversation around my fake husband's ass,
And two ladies going to church, very, very presentable, very respectable.
I ask you if you would like to go on an afternoon tete-a-tete with me.
Well, I would love nothing more. And she's going to put her arm out.
Regina takes it. How do you feel about church?
Well,
you're going to need a hat.
So long as I don't burst into flames, I am pretty sure they feel much worse about me.
Regina goes, you and me both. We'll take shots of holy water as we come in. And Regina...
Oh,
yeah.
So Sylvie's going to be like,
helps her up the stairs, you know.
Sylvie's going to be like, oh, that reminds me. And she's going to run back to the main part of the shop for a second.
And Marie waves at you.
And then she comes back and then she grabs Regina's arm again. And then she pulls out, she has a tiny little flask. And she's like, if there is a chance to spike the holy water, you know I'm going to take it.
I would expect absolutely nothing less. Would you like to ride in the flower cart? Luke's not here.
Oh, yes, that would be delightful.
We'll pull the flower cart out, and Regina can bike the flower cart and bike him over to the church.
And the church is in your old arrondissement in Montmartre, because that was like sort of the last place that that Collette knew you to be. It's not exactly where it's in the same arrondissement, so it's there. And there's like a smaller church, not one of the big ones, but like a smaller church, where Collette said she would leave you messages in the third pew, the Bible closest to the window, where you could find any messages from her. But I feel like I would like some rolls for you.
Oh, no.
Oh yes.
I knew it.
As you are on your way, I would like, either deceit or stealth. I would prefer from you all as you head your way.
You'll take a deceive?
I will.
Do you want us both?
I would like you both, or one of you can help the other.
Okay. I rolled a 2.
You need a 3.
That's not very good.
Wait, so if I help, that would be a 3.
It would be a 3, and then it would just be like a minor consequence to succeed. Minor cost.
Just like well, you know what? No. You can roll. You roll.
Okay.
Unless you don't want to, because I can always use I have fate points to spend.
Okay. So
we're over halfway now. I'll spend fate points.
You will both need to. Because rather than a help, you did separate. So you need to beat a 3.
Yep.
She's a little off balance. She's a little off balance.
Which would be fate points.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Regina's gonna use a fate point probably for. Okay, here's a question: Would her stunt apply here for the good German piece of it? Because if so, I guess that only applies if there are other Germans around. So is it a German that's going to confront her, or is this somebody else, or because it won't be applicable?
This is about whether or not patrolling on the street are going to want to check you out. And they could be French or they could be German. You know, because you're walking around on the street in public and they're all very nervous.
Okay, okay, I'm going to spend the fate point and Regina will... what do I have? I think Regina...
What allows you to be less visible on the street? You know, that people will...
Less
overlook
visible
you.
or less noticeable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still think sees all the angles is always the easiest one for her. It's like Regina has plotted this cart out, this process. They both have good covers. Right? Like we've already plotted all the angles. She's taken this bike out for a stroll multiple times,
And
you know, like
good German wouldn't work because you're currently French.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, okay,
Yeah.
no, that I can't use that one. So that's fine. Yeah, I think it would be sees all the angles. She looks
Yeah.
like a pretty legitimate French flower cart
Mhm.
woman. So that
Carting
would make
some
mine a 4.
other person. What about you?
Some other person, but
Well,
she's
card
pregnant.
ladies.
What about you? You're down by you need to get either 2 or 3. 2 for a tie, 3 for a knot.
If I use fate point
Mm-hmm.
and just tie, that would just be a minor.
Well, your choice: minor consequence, fail but get a boost, or partially succeed.
Ooh, maybe partially succeed.
Mm-hmm. But you'd have to spend a fate point.
Yeah, this would be a group one, but
Yep.
All right, I'll do it.
What's your aspect?
That will be always prepared. In being always prepared,
Mhm.
not only is she prepared to encounter, especially after this morning, after seeing
Yeah.
what she saw this morning, and she was just like, whoa, there are lots, like she's still a little on edge from that. Having the soldiers run over and like take some people away, and hearing that like there's going to be some more movement going on. So she's still a little more ready for something to go down.
All right. I will take that partial success and mess with you. It'll be awesome. So,
Bring it.
This is to whether or not you can get where you need to go and get back safely without causing undue attention that will be bad for you. So, you're biking Sylvie across town, and as you are biking, you see a number of patrols. Some soldiers, some not soldiers, some German soldiers, some French police, and they tend to be paying attention to anybody who's loitering, anybody who's meeting up with other people. Like if there are 2 people who just happen to meet on the street, they tend to be very interested in that and start asking questions. And as you're biking, most people don't seem to give you any. There's not much interest to you until you start. And as you ride, you start moving into your old neighborhood, the places and the streets that are familiar to you. That part of town that you know so well, right? And your club is down there, and the shops that you would go and get food from, the store owners that you knew. Like it's just that home that you've been in for well over 10 years, and now you're not there anymore.
My land.
It's your land, and as you're riding towards the small church, you hear it. You hear, "Halt!" And it's patrolman.
Sylvie grumbles.
Okay, Regina comes to a nice, slow, like nothing extreme stop.
4 German guards approach you. 2 are the ones who actually approach. The other 2 are sort of scanning the area. And they walk up and like, "Papers, please. We need your papers."
I take mine out. I get off the bike. I take mine out, and then I walk back to Sylvie to help her get her paperwork.
And she's going to be making a show of just like she just automatically does this now, of like working to get off the bike and reaching for her papers and like just. And she, at this point, she has a hat on, but it's a big hat, and so the hat's getting in the way, and like she's things are moving everywhere, flowers are just going in every direction, like it's.
And you hear a voice from behind you come up before you can even show your papers. A woman's voice, and she says, "Oh, whatever this is, you don't need to bother with it. Let me buy a flower." And she walks over, and she leans in to look at the flowers, and she turns her head and she looks at you, Sylvie. Eleanor.
Is this?
Is it
Our best friend?
Yes.
Oh, good.
And she.
Which best friend?
Oh
no.
Oh, and she
No!
She looks at you and she sees you. She looks you up and down. Charlotte Dubois, your very best friend.
Oh God.
Charlotte Dubois, your very
It's
best
my
friend.
best friend.
It is your best friend.
No!
Your best friend. She did not recognize you at first.
Oh, neat.
Evelyn, yes, thank you. She did not recognize you at first, but as she leaned in to get a flower, she
Dang it.
looks you in the eyes, and she could never not fail to recognize you, her very best friend. And she picks up a flower, and she hands you a franc. Oh, no. Sorry, she has German money. She hands you a mark.
Of course she does.
And she turns to the soldiers and she says, putting the flower behind her ear, she says, "Oh, I don't know if you know me. I am Charlotte Dubois. I'm the owner of Chez Dubois, right down the street. I'm sure that these flower sellers are not as interesting as my..." And she just gives a little bit of a peek at you. My new establishment, it is now the place where everyone should go, and it is also authorized for German soldiers. And she goes, "This looks like a very interesting shop." And she looks at the name of the flower shop painted on the cart. She smiles at you.
It's supposed to be a minor cost.
It's a minor cost. It's not a minor cost. It's a partial success. And she goes, "Gentlemen, come. Why don't we go to my place right down the street, and let's leave these peasants alone." And she puts her arm around one of the soldiers, and they're a little bit like, "Well, I don't know." And she's like, "Please, I have the newest champagne." And they're like, "Whoa."
Oh, champagne.
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh." And she just starts moving these soldiers right out of your way. And as they walk away, she just looks over her shoulder and she looks at you, Evelyn.
Sylvie is going to just blow her a kiss and wave.
Because
they're catty in the way that
mm-hmm.
you would absolutely expect them to be.
Oh yeah. And she just gives you this wink and a smile, and then she says, "Huh," and she just sort of notes the flower shop, and she walks the soldiers out of your way.
Regina waits for everybody to clear, and looks at Sylvie and goes, "Have you slept with her too?"
I would never sleep with the devil itself.
Dare I ask how you know such a woman?
Well, I can at least tell you that she finally made her 10-year dream coming true of turning Bricktops into a whorehouse.
As far as you know, it's not a whorehouse. It's now an up-class cabaret for German officers.
Listen, as far as Sylvie cares to know.
So she runs a brothel. This must be the woman who helped me out of that pickle one time.
Oh, she doesn't just run a brothel. She's running Bricktops as a brothel for those filthy I swear to you, I will go into labor in the streets right now.
Please don't.
So help me,
I'm
quickly
already
to the church.
going to Hannah tonight. The last thing okay.
She pulls out the thing and she
Regina's
drinks
pedaling.
it.
Yeah, Regina's pedaling and she's like, I don't even know what to say.
She will sneak into your sock drawer and she will snap out and just bite you in the retina.
Okay, I understand. Regina's like, I relate with this. Have you ever read the tales? And it's cold too. She's like puffing, cold smoke. Have you ever read the tales of Greek gods of
Oh, yes,
the mythologies?
Yes, I used to love those.
What is the only way that we see a god get what it deserves?
Which one? Well, they always get their comeuppance in one way or
They
another.
always why? Because they have a lot to lose.
Oh, that's true.
And their ego cannot let them see it. All she is doing is climbing up a hill, and which we are going to push her over the other side. So cheer up, Sylvie, my love. You're like,
yes.
pedaling. She is gaining a lot, and we will take it from her.
And meanwhile, Sylvie's just like, yes, pushing her off a hill. No, a cliff, a sharp cliff onto jagged rocks. And I imagine just the shot would just be like them just like fading, down the street, riding away from the camera with just like this crazy cackling laughter.
Yeah,
and as Regina pants.
And I imagine you make it to the church, no problem. It's quiet, of course, because it's the middle of the day. And if you make it to the Bible that you are requested to do, you can find a small little note hidden, tucked inside, in one of the pages. You have to go through it. It takes a little bit of time to actually find it, because, it's very, very small, with very cramped little tiny writing, and it takes you a while to find it. But there is a note for you.
I do not read it here.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go through we go through the whole process.
Yep.
Like, we go in.
Mm-hmm.
If there is holy water, we will cross ourselves. We do the whole 9 yards. We go over. We check the book.
Are there a lot of people there?
Nope.
Is
there
anyone there?
There's going to be a priest there, right? There might be some people in the back, but at the moment, there's no service. There might be, one small little old lady in the corner praying.
So
but
it's not.
It's a
we're
fair.
not gonna get looked at too much.
No.
So we kind of go through the motions, and then we get the book. We check it for like a piece of scripture or something, and then we pray. We'll light a candle and we'll pray, and then once the basics have been covered, as if these two women just went out in the cold to be good Catholic folk. We don't have to confess our sins tonight. We're just gonna hit that bike again.
There'll be plenty to confess later.
Yeah, we just need to get the note. And so once we're out, I won't check it probably till we're back to the bunker, which is where we're headed, because that's our access point to pretty much to Hannah, right?
That is correct.
Yeah, so that's where we would go back to, and then we can read the note there.
You make your way to the bunker, which is this basement of this old brewery that had been turned into an apartment, but now abandoned. And when you get into the bunker, I imagine I don't know. I will ask you how you both feel going into this bunker, which is, full of these large barrels, beer barrels at which have been turned into beds, and these little sort of markings of hominess, a vase of flowers, some plates, art in the corner, just these kinds of things that are the exact opposite of that strange half apartment that you're living in right now, Sylvie, and that gorgeously decadent apartment that you're living in right now, Regina. So how do you feel coming into this place?
So comfortable. So much more comfortable.
A notable lack of Hitler portraits.
A notable lack of Hitler portraits?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Regina takes just a deep breath of just ease. Right there's a safety to this place.
Yeah.
And then she kind of flips the letter open and holds it for the both of them to kind of read.
It's in a very, very light cipher. It's a substitution cipher, fairly easily done. You know the key for it. You just have to do a little bit of breaking. Yeah. It's not particularly difficult. It's just that it takes you just a little bit of time. If you know it, it's not big. It's not a big deal. You don't have to roll for it because it's pretty simple. It's one of those. It's like when you lock your car for a door, your car door. If somebody really wants to break into it, they're going to, but it's a deterrent for anybody else who's just who might be sort of peeking. And it's clearly a message from Collette, although it is not signed, but and it says basically, "I have a package for you, but I don't know where to deliver it. Come pick it up tonight at 9 p.m. and there's an address. And the address is in this neighborhood, in the neighborhood of Montmartre, which is a space where it's a big red light district. It's a sort of a big place where people sort of come in and out, but also soldiers are kind of discouraged from hanging out in a lot of those places without. So it's a place where there are people, but it is also a place where there's a kind of a bit of security to it in its own way. And it's a small little it's the apartment building that was right next to Regina's old home.
Oh, of course.
Where Collette had meetings at some point in time. But there's a package to pick up.
Okay.
So we can do that at 9 o'clock tonight.
Mm-hmm. When the boys are shooting some people.
That is stress that I don't know about, so Regina can't carry.
Nope.
Not yet, anyways.
Mm-mm.
Regina goes, all right, well, we're gonna need to bundle up. It's starting to get very cold at night.
Yes. So a package. Oh, speaking of delivering things,
Oh, I thought you were gonna say package.
well, speaking of that, and then,
The ladies who lunch would love to talk about your husband's package, but that's a whole different...
I know, that's why I like it. That's the first thing Regina thought was like, please don't say it. Don't say it.
I'll say it as your GM. It's fine.
but no, she's gonna be like, so I believe I remember there were some things we were going to distribute, if I recall correctly. What's the story on that? What's the plan?
The plan on
The photos!
the
The juicy pictures!
Well, I hope everybody got an eyeful. At least, what is that saying? Look at them in their underwear? Well, now you have, so she can't scare you as much, right?
Well, if her soul weren't so ugly beaming out of there, it would have been enjoyable.
Voidless. Okay, so, that's a good question. I have an idea. Surprisingly enough, it's now tied to the dress, which is almost more than I can handle.
Say no more. Line the dress with the photos, and then, in the middle of the party, jump up on a table and rip it off, and the photos fly everywhere. I love it.
As much as that would make a statement. I was planning something a little more subtle. Like blackmail.
Well, I'm listening.
I imagine since she feels that I need to wear such an objectifying piece of garment, that she is going to find herself in lucky shoes. I imagine that it would be a surprise to her if I, amidst such activity, were to say present one of the many that we have printed. As
It's
an
terrifying,
option
and
to-
I love it.
Yes, I would like to give her the option before I ruin her reputation.
The trap door creaks open.
Sylvie does have a
turn
knife
around.
on her now, if not a small gun, so she kind of reaches for it.
Because Sylvie was somewhat loud, and you see
That's a shock.
Hannah's head sort of
Oh, okay.
pop
Oh.
up from the
Well,
sewers.
we were just coming to find you.
She's, I heard voices, and I heard Sylvie, so I thought, and
I am as quiet as a lamb.
she clambers out from the ladder.
Regina instinctively goes over to help her out, and then has that moment of like, I shouldn't do that.
And she was about to take your hand, but then realized that she probably should not do that.
It's awkward.
It was
Yeah.
super awkward.
Sylvie walks over and just like kind of surveys this and is just like, "Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this?"
And she gets up and she goes, "Are you all right?" Because immediately she thought, if you're here, there must be. She's like, and she goes, "If you need to go down to the clinic, I can take you down there. If you are you?" And she puts her hand on your on your forehead. She takes your pulse. Looks at her.
My goodness. Well, we
Well, you seem to have a little bit of a. Are you agitated?
yes.
Oh well.
Hannah, and she takes her hand. Sylvie takes her hands, and because she's pawing everywhere. So Sylvie takes her hands, and so she has one, and then she takes over and takes Regina's hand, and then like takes and is holding both Regina's hand and Hannah's hand in one hand, and Hannah's hand in the other. So it's kind of like a weird circle.
There's awkwardness.
That's too bad. And Sylvie's like, "Hannah, we got some information. really bad information.
Is all right.
Sylvie's gonna look at Regina because
I pull the folded piece of paper, like the declaration or whatever they're putting out, and I hand it over to her.
She takes it. Now, this is an internal memo, by the way, that is like not going to be published, but it's a
Yeah. This is a private memo that was given to Sylvie by some of our contacts. I kind of look at Sylvie
right
when I say that.
Someone I trust very closely.
Basically, this will be law by Friday.
Okay. She
more
lets go of Sylvie's hand so she can open it and read it.
More importantly, they are going to be rounding up Jewish French citizens and a mass on Friday, specifically wealthy, known, and connected Jewish French citizens.
That is not in this decree. This is...
It came from the same information that gave us the information about the last roundup. That's how we got everyone out before. That we were able to before it happened.
We are working this evening to spread the word. I don't know how to make people believe us.
She hands the note back. It's difficult. It's so difficult to travel because being on the road is...
It's going to become a lot more difficult on Friday.
It's going to become a lot more difficult in a couple days. Additionally, they're going to make it to where anyone who's Jewish can't move. Can't leave their house.
No relocating. It's only going to get worse. I promised you.
Okay, well,
A bit ago.
She says, paper, if I could... I can make a list of people?
Yes. And Sylvie...
Yes,
Sylvie just starts reaching around in her shirt just to see if there's anything else in there.
Regina's like, I got paper. She's a photographer. She's got paper. It's okay. Regina pulls out like a rather large piece of paper and hands her something to write with, and she goes, make a list. I'm going to reach out to some other acquaintances that we have, and hopefully they will be as interested as we are in getting the word out.
But where will you... When it comes to influential power, that's not the largest number of people, I mean... But are you sure they would do this?
100% sure.
All right, they would have...
How about this? Even if they didn't, it's worth making sure that we do everything we can, just in case they do.
Right, I will make notes for the people that I know, but leaving will be difficult because you're not really allowed to leave, so...
Let us worry about
Then
that.
they need to hide. Sylvie and I will start making a plan. We'll think about ways to gather people, where to place them. Give us some time.
And she goes and she starts writing, and she's writing in Hebrew a number of notes, like just a number of notes. And she sort of sits there.
We'll be back later. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Hannah comes over and she kind of, I imagine she's sitting. She kneels, like kneels next to her, and she says, we'll be back this evening. Take your time. Don't go anywhere, okay?
Have you thought about what you're planning on doing?
I don't know what you mean.
With the photographs?
I have. At least I think. She made contact. with me today.
Oh, are you all
Regina
right?
Kraus, that is.
And she just kind of puts your, like, sort of instinctively, she puts her hand on your forearm. Are you all right?
She sent a very expensive and flashy gift. One she expects me to wear to her party. So, that is a bit of a loaded question. I don't know what I'm going to do. That being said, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I just need you to stay put for a bit. I'm got to formulate some other thoughts. We have a lot of people to move in a short amount of time. And who cares what dress I wear to her party?
Yes. But remember, it's, hiding is one thing, but moving them is a different one.
Yes, I know. It's just going to take some time. I have to think about it.
Well, I think all of the boys will be back tonight, here in the bunker.
I have this feeling in my gut, and I thought maybe it was the bad cucumber sandwich I had to eat with those socialites today, but I'm beginning to think that they are doing something.
And she has this look on her face, and she gives a real quick look to Sylvie. It's not a good look.
Well, can we insight that in some way? Like, I
yeah,
would like
sure.
to know more.
We either have gotten a awareness or empathy would be a discover action for that one.
How about some empathy?
Yeah.
Superb. If somebody starts shooting a weird look around, Sylvie is all up on weird looks.
I know something's up, but I don't know what's up. I'm aware that she's got a weird look on her face.
That's a fail. So let's have before we get Sylvie's 2 questions that she can ask. Let's talk about you with that fail discover action. You have a choice because that's a fail. You can succeed at a major cost, or I can ask a question on her behalf of Regina.
All right, let's go with that option.
Really? Is that the option you'd prefer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she can ask a question about Regina. That seems like a beneficial trade.
Okay. Here's the question that she wants to know that is not said out loud, but this is like a bit of an understanding. How in love with Doris is Regina? That is what she wants to know.
Not in love enough to remove her hand from Regina's arm. For Regina to remove her hand from Regina's arm, yeah.
Okay.
That is the answer to that question.
Okay. Hannah will note that. Hannah will note that. That was what she wanted to know.
There you go. There's some drama for you, Trooper.
There. Yep. Okay. That's some drama right there. Sylvie, you can ask 2 empathy-related questions about Hannah right now. Oh, you just gave Hannah some hard times right now. That's some info. It's good. I love the drama. Thank you. 2 questions.
I just want to point out in chat group, which somewhere I hear PB screaming.
Oh, poor PB. I love you, PB.
I know.
No, this is real. This is life. So Sylvie wants to know. I just imagine just like, and these are things, empathy questions.
Yes.
But in my mind, all of a sudden, Sylvie's person is just like looming over Hannah, looming just over her. The boys got themselves apparently into something. She knows something about the boys. She knows something about what is going on with the boys if she knows when they're coming back. That much is clear.
And she's got a weird look on her face. Like it was a sudden like, ooh.
Just do it. Ask her. Do it. Do it.
You get 2 questions.
Ask her.
Sylvie wants to know what the heck have they been doing that what is she not saying? What is she not? There's something specifically that she's not saying right now. What is it? Like the first question is this. There's one thing that immediately, like as soon as she said that, there's one thing that immediately cropped up in her mind after that. What was it?
That's a really great question. That's a great question to ask. She shoots you surreptitiously look, like really subtle so you don't notice it, but you notice it, which is like a little look of panic.
Sylvie is a master of looks, and especially if it's somebody that she's been in a relationship with before. She just like, as if sitting on a giant roller skate, she just slides on over, and she's like, Hannah, my dearest Hannah, darling, Hannah.
And Hannah takes her hand off of Regina's forearm because there's a Sylvie in her face. And yep.
Oh no, please, not on my behalf. Don't shift your positioning on my behalf. What do you know? What have they done? What? You immediately thought something in that gorgeous noggin of yours as soon as you said that. And what was that thought? What are they doing? So help me.
I don't know exactly what they're doing right now. It's it's what they were doing earlier.
Which would be?
I don't know exactly. It's just I might be in trouble if I tell you.
Not as much trouble as they will be in either way.
Your husband
Yes.
has been shot
I'm sorry, what?
multiple
Is he
times.
still breathing?
Yes, I was able to. Well, I wanted to do a little bit more work on him. I think there's still some bullets inside of his body. And I was not able to do the kind of work that I wanted to do because they had to leave for their mission.
Had to leave to
With
do
bullets
what?
in their body?
Yes, I told him that he should not go, that he was a bit too
Where?
injured to go, but they had something important to do.
Where were they going?
I don't know, they did not tell me, but...
Sylvie, you have another question. Ask it. Oh my god.
What were they doing this morning? What do you know about what they were doing?
Well, all I know is that they have something going on with that German fellow.
Ziggy.
Yeah, something with this. But Tango, apparently he got involved in something on the street. There were some young people who were being harassed by the police, and he got involved. And
That's what Oscar called out.
Sylvie is going to turn to Regina. I went to the tailors. I told you about this. I went to the tailors when I saw something happening. Did I not tell you about this earlier? I went to the tailors. I did not get myself riddled with bullet holes. That's not what I do. Hannah, is that what I do? Do I get myself riddled with bullet holes?
No, it was, I think also the young people were also, I think communists were trying to do some sort of ambush. I don't know, but he got involved and there was a gunfight and he lost his identification papers to them.
He's about to lose more than that.
Okay, we're gonna calm down. We don't know where they went, so there's nothing that we can actually do about that.
But I know Luke was involved as well.
This is what Oscar called about this morning.
How was Luke involved?
He's going on the mission with them, I understand.
With Ziggy. He's working with Ziggy. When they return, we will deal with this problem. I will personally remove those bullets from your husband's chest with my bare hands.
No,
Please
that's...
leave one for me. I would like to remove one as well.
He's
Wonderful. How many bullets were left? At least 2, right?
There were 3, but I would like...
one for you as well. We can all remove one.
No, I would like to... he still needs medical attention. He decided to go off without being fully...
Well,
healed.
We can make him appear out of nowhere, so when we can get our hands on him, we'll drag his slowly dying body back to your table so that you can do the thing that you do. Okay?
Well, and if he's not dead, by the time he gets back, maybe I'll have the chance to kill him.
No, I'm sure he was trying to save young people off the street, and it must have...
I will tell you, if anything has happened to Luke, I will take it out tenfold on Ziggy. Do we all understand?
I think you should preemptively take it out on him just in case.
I need to hit the streets anyways. We need to visit the communist. We have to share this information.
Yes.
Instinctively touch Hannah because it's like it's now a thing. I touch her on the arm and I'm like, please just don't go anywhere. Take some time for yourself and finish this list so that we can try to save as many people as possible.
If it helps, they said they would be back here tonight. I'm going to have a dance with Oscar. He's spoken to my parents.
About what?
Well, then all of a sudden she kind of goes a little bit bright red, and she's like, nothing.
Okay.
Should I roll an empathy? Hang on, I want to roll an empathy.
You can't. You didn't ask your second question.
Oh, I didn't.
You did not.
I did, though. I asked, my second question was what the guys had been doing.
Yes, that is correct.
Hang on, I'm rolling empathy.
Do it.
Oh, dang.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
A major cost? I don't know if it's worth that much.
No.
It's not worth that much. I can imagine.
The success is that she gets to either you succeed at a major cost, or she gets to ask a question of you.
She can ask a question of me. That's fine.
Same thing.
She can ask another question. I'm like shaking my head.
Fine.
Regina does not have the spoons for this today.
Because
she knows what's coming. She knows what's coming.
Okay. Question for Sylvie first. This is like truth or dare, everybody. It's the best. This is what Hannah wants to know.
Roll or dare
of Sylvie.
Sylvie has no secrets.
The thing that she wants to figure out about Sylvie is, does Sylvie plan on breaking Tango's heart?
Sylvie does not plan on breaking anyone's heart.
Sylvie has broken many people's hearts because she sometimes gets nervous when people get too close.
That is true, but it's never a planned thing.
Let me put it this way. Is Sylvie planning on bolting?
Sylvie is not planning on bolting.
That's what Hannah wanted to know. And here's what Hannah wants to know from Regina. You made the choice.
I did.
Is Regina still in love with Sylvie?
Oh, interesting.
That's what she wants to know.
In this moment, that's what she wants to know when she's about to tell me that Oscar's gonna propose for his third wife?
That's not what she meant. That is not what she meant.
Okay. Let's see.
Look, she's got her insecurities. There are things she wants to know.
That's a good question. I think at this point, it would be rather evident that love is very platonic.
Okay.
Or a lot more platonic than it has been.
Yeah.
She doesn't really look at Sylvie the same, and I think that's because Regina has settled on the fact that, like, her best friend is loving Sylvie in a way that she's just not going to get to, and that's cool, but at least it's Tango.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think Regina has found some solace in the thing, so maybe she's moving on? I don't know. She's different since coming back from London, so it's platonic, right? She didn't touch Sylvie's arm.
It's fair. These are the
right,
things.
Another arm gesture.
Arm gesture. These are things she wants to know. Yep.
Well, I think there's something to be said too. Like, their initial relationship had a lot of mystique and kind of stuff like that. Whereas they've gotten a lot more intimate in a way that's very like a lot of truths and a lot of like things in a way that's
much deeper
closeness that is different. You know,
it's much deeper. Yeah. But those are things that Hannah would want to know.
Well, there you go.
But she clearly gets super embarrassed by the mention of her parents and also dancing. Like, she just, like, there's just like a clear embarrassment that just sort of like spreads over her face at that moment.
Regina notes this.
Regina notes it. And she's like, well, I suppose I have I can tell you that the boys will be back after whatever it is they're doing later, and you can find
When
them.
they return, promise me you will bolt the door.
Yes?
I promise you, not a single one of those men are going to harm you to get out. So as long as you stand in front of it, they're stuck here.
All right.
Okay. We have to go talk to the communists before it is too late, and too cold. And we have a package to pick up.
Oh, all right.
And possibly some men to scold.
Definitely some men to scold.
But, I mean, he has been shot, so be kind to his body.
Only in the chest, though. He's only been shot in the chest, right?
Well,
The main body.
There was a shoulder here. There was also midsection.
How are his knees?
Don't take out his knees. Could you just perhaps not injure my patient?
We'll negotiate on that. Stay here where it's safe, okay?
All right. I just want to... We're confirming that I'm not going to this party on Friday night, yes? Is this the case?
I cannot make that decision for you.
Ooh.
I can tell you that she is not a good person. And I don't know, in honesty, if she knows that I know you. But my fear is that if she finds out, it could be really bad for both of us.
Well, you are my commanding officer in this cell, and so the question I ask is professional. Is this, am I to or not to go to this party? Is there a mission for me or no?
Food for thought to our commander. You know, it seems that from what I understand, this particular person has the power to make sure that other particular people amongst us would not be among those targeted for being taken so long as she has a value.
Maybe another item to think about and discuss. As your commanding officer, I guess I'm ordering you to stay here and not attend the party.
All right. Because I will do, as my commanding officer, I want to do what is best, and I wouldn't, I mean, I want to, as my...
Regina kind of steps in a little bit, hoping that she'll stop talking for a second, and Regina's, on a more personal note. She kind of gets really, really quiet.
Sylvie turns and kind of drifts away.
And Sylvie just kind of leans into her ears closer, right?
If you wanted to dance, you just had to ask.
I asked once, and you said no.
I did. We all make mistakes. If they arrive, please don't let them leave. We'll see you this evening.
All right.
I think it's best if everyone stays in the bunker this evening.
All right. Sylvie, if I could talk to you sometime later, sometime.
Of course. She's over there, and then she cannot help herself because she cannot help but eavesdrop. She's gonna be like, you know, there's always still time to dance. I mean, we still have you guys could still dance, you know, sometime this week, like maybe tonight. We can herd the guys somewhere else.
This evening, after we speak to the communists, so that you know where we're going in case anything goes bad and the guys come back and you need to tell them where we're going.
Yes. Okay. All right.
And then as Regina's leaving, I imagine Sylvie turns around and Regina's probably herding her out, and she's going to be like, you know, I can always take the guys down the tunnel and break their legs down there to give you guys some
no
privacy.
breaking of legs. Sylvie, could you, one moment? Excuse me.
And then she's gonna
Yeah, we won't. No breaking of legs. And Regina like closes the cellar door behind them and like
Was Hannah calling Sylvie back?
Was just for like she was like
she was trying to stop her.
Okay, yeah. So Sylvie will put her hand on Regina's arm and be like,
yeah.
I'll be right there. Hang on. And she'll come back over. I won't actually break their legs.
Good. That's what I was thinking about. What do you has she said anything at all? Regina, has she said anything to you?
She says lots of things. About what?
Never mind. All right. Okay, well,
and then
Sylvie, and I ring the bell on the bike.
And then Sylvie is going to turn and start walking away, and then she's going to stop and kind of like turn her head a little bit and be like, I do know that you are very important to her in very important ways that I don't think would disappoint you.
But she's engaged, she says as you're like heading out.
And then Sylvie's just gonna kind of wave her hand around and call back, aren't we all?
No.
And then just like kind of wander out the door.
And you two are back together again after that super awkward.
And then at this point, Regina's on the bike, and then I imagine Sylvie now is just playing with these, has like a couple flowers out, and is just like waving them around.
Yeah, Regina is like taking all of her angst, her super social awkward angst out on this bike, and she's just like pedaling for the communists. She did grab something on the way out. She needed a package because she's delivering one with her, but she hits the ground running and gets them there.
And I want to say too, while they're on their way, while Sylvie has these flowers, she's gonna be like, Regina, what do you think? A flower in each bullet hole. If we put some water in there with them, how long do you think they would survive?
Most scientists would say there's only one way to find out.
Ah, the scientific method. I like it.
And you make your way to the communists, to the shop. I'm going to need
another travel roll.
I don't think I need anything right now. I think I could get something a little bit later. I think that'll be fine.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Ooh, before they get in.
Oh yeah.
So he's gonna be like, now, they didn't recognize me. Do you think it's a good idea to maybe have somebody that they don't know who can get some information? Or I can wait around the corner. I can maybe try and make a few bucks with the flowers while you run inside.
I think you have to choose whether or not you want to give up your cover. If you truly believe they didn't know who you are, my gut instinct is to always keep your cover until you absolutely cannot. And then you fake another one so that they think they're wrong.
And then is Regina off the bike at this point?
Oh yeah, Regina's off the bike and she's like, kind of bundled. It's cold in the night air.
Yeah, Sylvie's gonna awkwardly like maneuver over, and it's not gonna be a pretty sight, just over to the driver part of the bike, and she's gonna ring the thing and be like, what, 20 minutes? 20 minutes?
I hope it does not take that long.
5 minutes. I'll be back around. And she's just gonna ring, just ding ding ding, and just kind of pedal away.
Oh yeah. I've got some presents for you all. I assume you walk into the shop?
Regina does.
And there's Yvette, who raises up her head and she sees you and her face gets... It's not a face that says, "Ooh, I don't like you," but more like, "Ooh, this might be trouble." And she goes, "Oh, bonjour, mademoiselle."
Bonjour. I am very sorry to bother you. And mother, of course. But I have some important information.
One moment. And she says she's about to do the thing where she's going to go back to get somebody, and you can see her stop, do some calculations in her head, and then she's like, "It will be perhaps 2 moments." And she goes back, and normally it takes not too long for her to come back with someone, but it takes a little bit longer than normal. You don't know why. but it does take a little bit longer than normal. And normally the person who comes out is Elodie, but it's Mother Courage herself who steps out.
Oh.
And
My goodness.
she steps out and she looks at Yvette and she goes, I see this is why you had Elodie go out the back to pick up something. Come. And she gestures to Regina to come back with her.
She does, quietly and quickly.
And outside, as you're driving around the block, you notice Elodie, who you met. You know Elodie. You notice her sort of like leaving out the back and out the side door. She seems to be on her way to get something. She seems to be on a bit of a mission, as it were. She doesn't notice you because you're like far back, but you notice that Elodie's off into the evening to pick up something, perhaps.
Sylvie's gonna stop the bike and kind of just watch her and kind of see which direction she's at. She's just gonna watch her. She's gonna creep.
Interesting. I'm gonna need from you a stealth roll.
Oh my god.
Is what I'm gonna need.
Creep.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm gonna need a little bit of a stealth roll from you. I have a fate point and I want to use it.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to use my fate point because Elodie has got her eyes everywhere. She's always on alert. And that'll bring her up to a 2 versus your 1. What would you like to do about it? You have 2 fate points as a group.
We have 2 fate points. What say you to all of this?
Oh, we only have 2?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this seems pretty important. Unless you think you can really own your cover and coming back, and while you're back here, I think we use it.
Well, because she's out. Because I didn't go into the little courtyard. I'm just like driving around.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just driving
But of
around.
course, a little bit of paranoid might make connections or guess at them.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll use one.
What's your
Yes, bandit.
What's your aspect that you'll be using?
She is always prepared. She is prepared for this very moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
As she is riding her bicycle around, she stops, like she pulls it to a stop, and she looks over there and she watches, and she kind of makes it as she's stopping there. She like kind of moves around the flowers and stuff, and she kind of is. It's easy to make it look like, because it's in the next to the building and stuff, make it look like I'm just a gal who wants to smoke a cigarette in peace and not get stopped by people being like, yo, why are you smoking a cigarette?
Because that's illegal. And I'm going to tell you something very exciting in a moment, and that is she does not pick up on you following her. And you follow her through the streets while Regina is being led to the back to Mother Courage's office. And you see her going into a bar. And she sort of goes into this bar. And you also notice something else. You notice a man who, it seems to you, has been it's just a little bit of the corner of your eye. You think that there's a man who, it seems to you, is staking out the bar. And seems to be a little bit interested in who just walked into the bar. He's also out. You just noticed him because he lit up a cigarette. And like he was illuminated, like you saw his face illuminated for a moment in an alley as he sort of lit up a cigarette. Because I'll tell you what, fun fact, everybody, do not smoke cigarettes in the field because people can see you for
people
really...
will see you from a mile away.
Yes. And you see somebody was peeping.
There are 2 things I want to do.
That said, back in the tailor shop, as you notice a man peep in that bar, Mother Courage brings you to the back, and the people, her sons, she has 3 sons, one of whom is not visible. He's rare. He's usually in the printing press. He's usually not around upstairs, as it were. You have been to the lower basement, the hidden basement before, and you know that he tends to be tending the printing press in the lower basement. And so he's not up there. But the other brothers, like they nod and they smile at you as you walk in, and they're like, bonjour, because again, it seems as if yet again, they have not been.
Don't know.
They do not know things. And she takes you into this back room, and she sits you down. She goes, or she gestures to a seat.
Regina has a seat.
You wanted to speak with me.
Yes, there are some matters of urgency that I felt, regardless of our past, deserve to be shared.
All right. Go ahead.
Firstly, I have been out of the city, at least for a month or two, was in London, working on some things, I guess you could say. It came to my attention through conversation and the words of some higher-ups that currently the communists here in France, you in particular, are being watched by MI6. Pretty heavily, in fact. I don't know what you want to do with this information, but I wanted to give it to you nonetheless.
Do you know
It
why?
seemed only right. Not entirely. It seems that for whatever reason, the French government is a bit unhappy with the way that the communists are handling things.
No, the French government is unhappy because we are a threat to de Gaulle being president when he comes back, if he comes back.
Yes, de Gaulle seemed very upset, to say the least. But in more urgent news, and Regina pulls the piece of paper out and she unfolds it and she kind of flattens it and slides it across the desk. In more urgent news, it seems that Friday is a bit of a make or break.
I'm going to need a rapport roll from you to see how well you can, deal with Mother Courage, because she is...
Can I... Oh, this isn't really a deceit, though.
It is not. You are not being deceptive. That is the case.
Okay. Being genuine.
You are being genuine, but the question is, can you be genuine in a way that is not hostile? This is currently a tie. What would you like to do?
Okay. If she'll let Regina finish saying her piece, Regina will spend the fate point.
All right.
I think Regina will make that a 3.
Yes, that will indeed.
And I think she's gonna play on Regina is a ladies' lady.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, that would work for Mother Courage.
These are two strong women that are trying to lead resistance of their own.
Yep.
Kind of coming to the table and being like, all right, we don't like each other. We got to get past that because this is bigger. So that is how I think I'm going to play that. So I will spend my final personal fate point of the evening to assure this happens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes. And Regina says, Friday, make or break. It seems that they are going to be rounding up Jewish French citizens of specific status. Important families, the wealthy, influential people. And they'll be doing it in tandem with this new set of regulations. I clearly did not have the words then, and I probably do not now, to say that I am sorry. But I don't want any of more of your men killed. This is an open fire law. They don't have to have a reason anymore.
This is what we've been trying to tell everyone all this time, that they are barbarous.
I bring it to you early. It's come to my attention that you tend to have a wide reach in spreading information. We still have a few days. I'm gathering a list of families that I believe, through good contact, might be targeted. I would like to share it with you. You have more resources than I do.
We don't have great ways in and out of the city. Only
I'm
farmers.
going to work on that as well. I have some thoughts. I just need some time. If I find a place to keep them, at least to ride out Friday's mass exodus, I'll let you know. And to assure I don't take up any more of your time, she reaches into her bag and she pulls out a package.
What is this?
And she slides it over. As much as I'd like to say this is for you, that is not the case. And as much as I'd like to say that I'm the person that should deliver it, that is not the case. It's a gift from a friend of Elodie's. It came from London. I wanted to assure she received it, but I don't think that she would actually take it from my hands.
She would not. She is still angry about many things.
Then please don't tell her that I sent it. I don't want what it is spoiled.
She will guess, but...
Well, she is an astute lady.
I assume this is from her flyer?
Yes. In fact, he's very busy right now, but this was, I guess, what he had to give.
Regina, thank you for this information. And I am glad to know that you were not killed.
It's going to take a lot more than a trip to London to kill me.
Oh, and I meant the news.
You and I both know that.
Indeed. Before you go...
I have been killed many times before. Yes.
What do you think about this news? Pearl Harbor, do you think the
Which
Americans will enter the war? They have declared war on Japan today, I saw.
Wouldn't you?
Declaring war on Japan is not the same as declaring war on Germany. And they have so many fascist sympathizers there.
They're Americans. They will be fashionably late. Don't tell me that Mother Courage is questioning something. You all seem so sure.
I'm not sure about the Americans. They are no friends of the communists. They have stayed out this long. There's so much debate in their country.
You don't have to be friends to fight. You don't have to be friends to fight.
But they have not fought.
The same enemy.
It has...
Yet.
We shall see.
As someone who is probably much more attuned to a life of combat than I would think that it is important to have at least some faith in those that you expect to share a battlefield with.
Yes, if
the Americans are strange and fashionable and, albeit a bit too outspoken.
And quite capitalist.
But what did we learn from the last war?
They come late, they take all the credit.
And they fund it. They will show. War is a money-making machine, and the Americans love money.
That is true. Well.
Have a little faith is what I guess I'm trying to say, Mother Courage.
I have faith that they will do what is best for their bottom line. I do not have faith that they will necessarily help us. But we will see.
Well, then I hope they prove you wrong.
I am not decided. my mind is open. I would ask, and I know that you probably cannot say, so I will only ask and I will accept no response as an answer. You are in London.
Yes.
Do you think that England will not help us? Are they so much in the pocket of de Gaulle that they will leave us to die? Or do you think there is some hope?
I think that is not what everyone wants. But sometimes the wants of the many do not outweigh the few. And right now, de Gaulle is very loud. Trust me, I had to listen to him.
Well, I'm so sorry for that.
I appreciate that. There is one other thing I feel I should be honest about. Because it seems that our paths continue to cross, as they say. I don't know if you've noticed, but Bricktops is under new management.
I have. I'm sorry.
In addition to that, thank you. But instead of mourning a loss, we are simply biding our time. In addition, that means we have had to go under We have new covers. My entire team. Some of us a few covers. Myself and the very handsome gentleman I'm sure that you have scoped poking around the bar.
Yes, the one who is almost as muscular as my oldest son. And she says that with like a bit of a. If there were a wink, there'd be a wink, right? Like just a bit of yeah. She's poking, but she's not poking at you. She's like, you're not quite sure if she's poking at Oscar or her son. It's just like there's a poke out there.
Or her son, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as exciting as that might be, we both are proper German citizens. And because of my history, have the privilege of actually living under our actual names inside of some of German gentrified areas of Paris. Basically what I'm saying is I am currently a German housewife by day and on the occasional night. As much as I quite enjoy the occasional wave and acknowledgement from your men and women. Keeping your distance from myself and Oscar and Sylvie and Tango would be helpful right now as we reestablish ourselves.
We have not made contact with you.
I appreciate that, but fate is a strange thing. And as I said, our paths continue to cross.
We are allowed to bomb the former Bricktops now, are we not? If you are no longer there?
As satisfying as some of us might find that, I think our goal is to still have a Bricktops when this is all said and done.
Well, then we will just bomb some other place where the officers go.
How about this? I know that explosions are usually your first plan of attack.
It's our second plan of attack. Our first plan of attack is newspapers.
Which I have to say is rather impressive. Again, why I brought you this information. But, for once, think like Regina thinks. Instead of bombing it from the inside out, the best way to poison a business is not to blow it up. Until next time, if you'll have me.
And she almost asks you something. You can tell she was about to ask you something, but she lets it drop. It was like there was like a question that was hanging in the air. Be safe. It is getting dangerous.
Yes, it is. And cold. I am working on a new plan for more food. It's going to be much more dangerous and a bit more difficult and significantly smellier. But I'm a bit outraged watching the amount of food that they throw away from those hotels.
Well, they steal our food and then they throw it in our faces as trash.
Well, as much as that might be true, I'm hoping it won't be forever. And if it means that we can keep more citizens alive, then it is well worth the effort.
It is.
So, do me a favor, don't blow anything up for a bit. MI6 is watching you.
If you learn what they want from us, that would be interesting. If you're allowed to share.
I will see what I can dig up. I have some contacts back in London.
Well, it is good to know that you are not dead.
Like I said, you're going to have to work a lot harder to kill me.
Do not speak to my daughter. She's...
Like I said, I understand. I get it. She has a problem with having a gun pointed at her face.
Well...
It seems like a reasonable reaction.
Yes. But that was also not exactly your fault. A little bit reckless, but not your fault.
Also true. But at least you understand how I do business. Very boldly.
I appreciate a bold woman who's not afraid to seize the means of production.
I'll take that as a valued compliment. Until next time, Mother Courage.
Until next time. Meanwhile, you see this man who's peeping out this bar. Good, Sylvie. What do you do about it?
Okay, so all I really wanted to do, there's just a couple, I would like to roll context. I want to know what I know about this bar.
Yes, please do. Mm-hmm.
I would like to know what I know.
Not much, unless you'd like to succeed at a major cost.
Not really.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely sure.
This is not a bar in your neighborhood, and you do not know it.
So it's so she looking around, just like, okay, I don't know really anything about this.
Mm-hmm. But you remember this man's face. You've not seen him before, but you remember his face. And
I do. Where have I seen him?
You don't know, but you've never seen him before. But you will remember his face if you see his face. You will remember his face if you see him again.
Okay.
And I assume that you all have to go and pick up a package.
Yeah, no, I'll carefully turn the bike back around with all the flowers and just kind of scooch
I
back
imagine
over.
Regina follows the bike trail
in
the snow and meets her like halfway or something.
Yeah.
So she doesn't have to push it the whole way.
Well, and like, I imagine kind of halfway, she's not even pushing the bike anymore. She's just like smoking a cigarette with it.
Regina's like, I'm glad I found you. What are you doing out here?
Oh, there you are. I was on my way back to get you.
Yes, well, I'm glad I caught up with you and saved you the trouble. Why don't you hop
Would you like a fate point?
Oh no, is Elodie here?
Regina, would you like a fate point?
Yes, because I need to use it for something at the very end of this tonight.
Okay.
Yes, I will take it. Do it. Rip the Band-Aid off. Make
Cool.
it so, Trooper.
Cool. I'm just going to give you a fate point. And I'm going to tell you what the aspect is that I am invoking to give you this fate point. The aspect is new players in the game.
Okay, new players. Whose players?
Yeah, it's a good question, isn't it?
I'll tell you exactly which players. It's the DeGaulle gang, I bet.
There are new players in the game, and I'm giving you a fate point for that. You will know what that is in a moment or two. In about 5 minutes, probably 7 minutes, maybe. But you've got a fate point. Mm-hmm. I'm just noting it. New players in the game is what is being invoked to give you this fate point. There is a consequence, and I will just say someone saw Regina. That's all.
Well, can't do anything about it
Can't do
now.
anything about it. Somebody saw Regina.
Yep.
But y'all don't know that you were
No.
seen, but you were seen by someone.
Hit the bike. We gotta go pick up a package right after dark and get in before curfew. Hopefully.
Yep, because curfew's coming.
And next transition scene where Regina's pedaling the bike, and so he's just like kind of sitting back, smoking a cigarette, and then I kind of wonder they've been hanging out a bunch of days, so I'm wondering like if there's she has a cigarette out, she's smoking, they're just talking about something, smoking a cigarette, and then like kind of over for Regina while she's pedaling.
Yeah.
You make it to the apartment. And you know exactly which apartment is the one where Collette has had her secret meetings. You can hang on up there if you like.
I don't like the way you said that. Okay, so
Does this
I
feel a little
think-
suspicious to you?
yeah, Regina's like, okay, Sylvie, why don't you take the bike around the corner? I just want you off the block.
Sure. She's gonna just ding 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 ding.
I'll meet you over there when I have the package in hand.
Sounds good.
Okay. Regina sees this place. There's got to be a back entrance. She is not going in the front door.
You can always go in through the side, through the inner courtyard, to get into like the stairwell that the sort of poor people
We're supposed
take.
to be quick and quiet, in and out. I should have told you that because now I know what you're gonna do. Something to make that not be the case.
You make your
'Cause
way.
it's what I want.
You make your way up the stairwell, the back stairwell, up to that apartment on like the 4th floor, where you know that Collette has done her things. Out of the way. You can enter the apartment if you like.
Can I? Is there some way that I can like check like an observation roll here to like figure out? Like I don't want to be ambushed. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like I need to make sure it's like safe. Like
Sure.
is the door unlocked? Can I like?
The door's
kick it open?
unlocked.
Do I see
Certainly.
anything?
Give me an awareness. This is the roll for that. Hey, Fox, do you want to go up there? I'm just asking.
Okay.
I got a 2.
Okay.
I got a 2. That's not bad.
She's gonna take the bike around the corner and kind of look around. I mean, she knows the area.
She does.
She remembers this, and like,
You have been here before.
she's gonna go up there too.
You are about to press the door open when you hear footsteps behind you.
I turn around.
It's Sylvie.
What are you doing here? I pull my gun out from like a leg holster. You probably didn't know was there.
I don't know. It felt weird, and it's cold outside.
That's a pretty good answer. Okay. I click the like, very quietly, like put one in the chamber and creak the door open.
And inside, you can see standing in the living room, smoking a cigarette, drinking a cup of coffee.
No.
Collette.
Oh my god.
Oh, I stand up.
And she goes, well, it is, And Collette, for those of you lovely audience members who have never seen her, is a German woman who looks sort of like a secretary, very smartly dressed and professional, and, with her cat eye glasses.
Collette, damn it. You scared us by being exactly where you said you would.
Okay.
Right? And she is...
Hello.
It's just good. I'm glad you are here. I'm afraid it was having to do it this way, but so it is.
Package?
Yes, the package. And she goes, "Oh, Miss Moreau," she says, like,
I want to imagine when she's like, Miss, she'd come forward and be like, Garnier, Evelyn Garnier.
"Evelyn Garnier. It is a pleasure to meet you. It is convenient you are here." And then she says, "You may come out. It is safe." And then out walks Dimitri. He is wearing a suit and a hat, like a flat cap. He is gaunt, but he's clearly been fed and is in a bit more repair.
If Sylvie was holding anything,
Yep.
it just drops out of her hand, and she,
Probably the cigarette.
yeah, and she like kind of staggers around a little bit.
And he rushes to you to make sure you'll be okay.
And Sylvie actually would like a very weird between like wanting to a weird dance between like.
And when he rushes to you, by the way, he's got a very extreme limp.
Sylvie would be doing a thing that's very much between like as if he is literally on fire, not wanting to touch him, but also wanting to like go into it, you know, like this very weird like
Sylvie. And he goes to sort of like to make sure you don't fall.
Regina steps forward and like puts her hand on his chest. She's like, she's okay. It's all right. Don't.
Dimitri,
Put my.
you're here.
And he nods. And he's got like little tears in his eyes welling up a little bit with this joy to see you.
And immediately it like, and I would imagine it like look like she starts like she's touching her hair and starts like her, because her clothes are so different,
Yeah.
and her like hair is so different, she starts just like
It's all right.
yeah, you look good, you look better than I remember seeing you.
Yes,
you're limping. How your leg, how is your leg okay? Is he wearing a hat?
He is. He's wearing a hat.
Your hat looks sharp. You're
And Collette seems to not have as much time for this, and she's like,
I cut my eyes to Collette with just a little bit of like, what are you playing at?
and she's like, so, this is your package. I would suggest you take it and store it somewhere safe.
Of course. Has Collette been filled in on the fact that I'm living with Holgar?
That's a good question, isn't it? You haven't told her.
Okay, great. So, while we're here, and you've made this extremely awkward for all of us, I'll also share with you that currently I have a new cover.
Yes.
Great, you know. Wonderful. We all do. As you know. I have a question about other things that you might know.
Please.
Do you know anything about this? And I hand her the piece of paper.
And she looks at it and she goes, where did you get this? This is an official directorate. Came from somewhere inside. Where did you get it? Who's sharing?
Some things that I cannot tell you. You know why you keep us around, because we are good at our jobs. But having known this is important. Were you not going to tell us?
This is my first time meeting you. The directorate came out last night.
This is a problem, Collette. You have to know that.
Yes, it is.
Well, would you do us all a favor and share your feelings on the matter?
This is a problem.
And what would you like us to do about it? What are you doing about it?
This is not something that we can do anything about. This is not our department. This is the SS. The Führer, of course.
Of course. Well,
this would be
package.
very inconvenient and difficult. There are much larger problems going on right now.
larger than this.
Well, this is all part of a piece.
What
But-
piece?
By the way, thank you for the information you gave us about the files. We were able to retrieve them before.
Oh. Good. Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes. Yes. More importantly, it was helpful for us. But this directorate is not a good sign of the flow of power here in France. So, the struggle continues. Unfortunately, your package, no offense, is because of this directorate.
Well, then I suggest we take it home and unbox it.
It will be safer with you. I can no longer keep it.
Interesting.
Him.
As
you mean
cryptic as
him.
that may be.
Yes, I mean him. I could shield him only for so long, but in a few days, we will be sending 1,000 people will be sent back to Germany, and they're going to making sure they can gather, and those that cannot gather on the streets, well, in their raids will have to come from Drancy. And he is not a French citizen, so he would be one of the first to go. And I cannot keep him off the books
We understand.
much longer. So
We understand.
better you have him and then him being shipped back to the east. So I'll return him back to you.
We are going to go now. I look over at Dimitri. I cut eyes over at Dimitri. Dimitri, my name is Regina.
He smiles and he
On the
goes,
street, you may call me Simone.
Simone, you are, I think, one of the people who has kept my Sylvie safe for all these years, so I thank you for this, all this time.
She does not belong to you. She is not your Sylvie. She is just Sylvie. Come. We need to get you off the streets. And more importantly, we need to find you a new identity. Let's move.
And Collette says, be careful. And, I will have a new mission for you, I think, sometime soon.
That should be expected.
But what you
I
have
look
done so
forward
far,
to-
it's very good. You have given us space. That is important.
I'm glad we could deliver on our end. That was what I told you we would do, right?
It will help all of us. But if you could... There are a lot of communists shooting people on the streets. You could use your cover as resistance to find a cell or two that we in military intelligence could apprehend. That would go a long way to helping us with Berlin.
I will see what I can dig up.
Good.
It is not good business to turn in your allies.
I understand, but someone expendable that will not come back to you.
I will see what we can do.
It is
about
important.
The expendability.
Good. But as you can,
Yes.
it gives us breathing room. And don't worry, your cover is safe. I made sure that you are all right. All of you.
Well, at least there is some good news tonight. We must deal with the package. Collette. Until next time.
Until next time. And he goes to take Sylvie's hand. Dimitri does.
Oh.
Sylvie doesn't... She doesn't stop him, but she doesn't really engage either.
And he just squeezes your hand.
And she kind of just like shut, like she is just like in total shock. Like the actual state of shock that is just complete, just shut down. She has gone into it. And like there is an instinctive reaction to like take his hand.
Yeah. So
she does that, but it's also kind of like a little wet noodly. But she has like no expression. She has like, she's a little pale. She's just gone into the zone.
He's like, you look different with a blonde. It says, but it looks good. I'm glad to see that you are well. You look like you need to eat some as well. And he says this. He's like kind of like this conversation as I imagine you're walking out of the building.
Yes, Sylvie, as you, the bar owner actually was reported as dead in a tragic accident. I've taken on a different identity.
We've always been a chameleon. I'm glad you're okay. I've been.
How did they get you out? What did they?
That woman, she just took me away from the camp. She took me away and she said that I was being transferred and she put me to a hospital and she's been feeding me and nursing me back to health for this time. And he sort of bends down and like knocks his leg and you can hear like a hollow sound. I lost the leg, but I can still draw. And he holds up his fingers and you can see his main drawing hand. The fingers are mangled and they are they've been healed, but they're broken and the shape of them is off. He says, I've been teaching myself to sketch with my right hand this time. But
your papers, have they been giving you paper and pencils?
Yes, I've been practicing. Not normally right-handed, but I've been trying to draw you this whole time.
How has it been turning out?
Better, little by little. Just takes time. But I will get better.
Yes, I'm sure you will.
Come. Let's go.
The bar
actually, Dimitri, we'll be putting you in a safe house for the next few nights.
Of course, I understand.
I look at kind of this odd state of, I don't know if shock is the right word, but the state that Sylvie is in. Sylvie?
Yes.
I say we keep him in a safe place.
Yes. No, especially the next few nights is going to be crucial.
I agree. So, I have a place.
Of course, anywhere. If Sylvie trusts you, then I trust you.
Implicitly.
That's very kind, Dimitri. Come. You can push the bike.
Of course.
And I help Sylvie into the back of the cart, and Regina will walk alongside as they push the bike in the cart.
And where do you go?
And we're gonna go to Luke's mom's place. He gets to stay with Luke's mom. That's our safe house. It's always been the safe house. So that's where we're taking him, and he gets to stay there and not with Sylvie.
Yep. And he
that's gonna be a conversation for later.
Goes to that place, and he before you leave, he gives Sylvie a hug.
I was gonna say, when he turns to go, I would imagine, if he were to just kind of go without, I think Sylvie would give him a hug too. I don't think that wouldn't be happening.
Okay.
And he hugs her 2 seconds longer than just pals, you know? And as you hug him, you can tell that he's still thin. But he's clearly on the mend. He's much better than when he takes his hat off. His hair has thinned significantly, and he says, "We have all the time, Sylvie. We have all the time." But then, when he hugs you, he seems to register, because you've been in a big coat, that perhaps you are pregnant. And he goes, he doesn't say anything.
And I think too, she would notice him like kind of have that moment. And as like he would have that realization moment and then probably maybe start to like pull away to maybe say something or maybe not, or even just like pull away for ending the hug. Oh. And she would actually like not let him go yet and just kind of like pull him back.
And he hugs you. Hello, Raiders. He hugs you with as much support as he can give, because he doesn't know how this happened or what happened, but he knows that
something has occurred
and that war is difficult. And he just, as he hugs you, he just whispers in your ear, "Nothing matters now. I'm here, and I'm always here for you. I'm sorry that I could not have been here for you before, but I'm here now."
You could not possibly have anything to be sorry for. It's all of this that turned things the way that they've gone.
Oh, no. It was these Nazi bastards who've done this, but I'm here, and I am not full strength, but I will be full strength, and I'm back. I'm back. And whatever is happening, no matter what's gone on and while I was gone, it doesn't matter, because we're together again. And I love you so much, Sylvie. I mean, Evelyn.
And she's gonna, when she does back away, she has her hand on the side of his face. You are too young to be as sweet as you are.
I know, I always went for the older women. Huh? He tries to give a smile. But of course, he's a little winded, and it's a kind of a tense situation. And he tries to give you that smile that he would give you back when it seemed like a lifetime ago, but was really probably just a year ago, when he would try to make you feel better.
And she's gonna kind of like put her hand across his mouth and be like, "That hasn't changed, though."
I will stay in this safe house, huh?
I have to leave.
It's okay.
We have much to speak of.
Anytime. I know you are probably busy. I don't know why and how you know that woman, but I'm thankful that, I thought at one point in time that maybe she was using me to get to you, and I thought maybe I should jump out the window of these hospitals so that she could not use me, but it did not seem that she was. And so I'm thankful to her that I'm back in your life.
Yes.
I have missed you. And you should go before curfew. But
make sure to get a lot of rest.
I will.
Drink a lot of water.
I will. If you want, we can have lunch tomorrow or something.
Yes, of course.
Okay. You look beautiful, and
thank you.
Okay. Hey, how is Dr. Hannah? Is she okay?
We're going to try and see that she stays okay. Yes.
Jules, how is he?
He's
he's actually been well. He's managed to get out, away from all of this.
We should talk about getting out ourselves. But go before curfew, okay?
Yeah, yes, of course.
And he just kisses your hand.
And she would squeeze his hand a little bit, but like kind of weakly, but like she would.
Oh, you have to eat.
Yes, lunch. I will see you then.
Okay. And he just looks at you, and he's younger than you are, and he looks older than he used to, much older. But he looks at you with all that look of love that he had when you went off.
He has a puppy face.
He does. He has a puppy face. It's a little gaunter, but it's that look.
Regina doesn't even like puppies.
Nope. Where do you go? Do you escort her back to the shop? I need to know about your trip home before we end this episode.
Also, we gotta go back and deal with those guys. And
Okay, so Regina, first off, after we close the door and Regina's given instructions for Luke's mom to make sure he gets fed and has a meal, and he does not go anywhere. He is on protocol, lockdown. She's not to say anything to him. He is just to wait until we show up tomorrow for lunch, or she shows up tomorrow for lunch to get him. Okay. We get outside, and I check on Sylvie. Regina goes, "Are you okay?"
Yes, of course.
Don't lie to me.
I never lie.
That's a
What?
lie. The fact is that you never lie, Sylvie. That is a
I
lie.
lie all the time.
I know that. That's the point. Are you okay?
I don't remember the question. What?
I want to.
And if they're just leaving or they haven't left
Yeah.
yet, she's gonna be like looking up at where the apartment is.
Yeah.
I have something I want to show you. It's taken me a while to find it. To find the right one. But I think that it's something that you're going to like very much.
Oh. Yes, of course.
I don't know this Dimitri man. I don't probably care to. I struggle getting to know men. And he seems like a charmer, which... That being said, he seems like a very kind man, and one that probably does genuinely love you.
He is very artistic. He is...
But when I met you, I fell in love with you because you were free and like sunshine on the stage. And that was because you did not have Dimitri. Now I can see that you are just small embers, like somebody has put you out. I don't like that, regardless of how much he loves you. So, I want to give you something to remind you of that free person.
Yeah.
Would you like that?
Yes, I love gifts.
Get on. And Regina bikes us back to the bunker. To the bunker.
And what does she give her?
So when we get there, Regina says...
The boys are not
getting-"
there.
Great, wonderful. Well, I was going to
That's
show them
probably
to...
best at this
But
point.
I guess we'll have to show them something else. Or show them another time. Are you
Got
up
these
for a
Pull the
small
whole
walk?
poker fingers ready.
Yes. Are you up for a small walk?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
So Regina will take you like down and into the caverns and kind of, past maybe even where they put Hannah.
Please make that science roll.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's not me.
Nope. Regina's
I
gonna
don't have
make this roll.
For that to roll.
I will need a science roll from you.
Okay.
You have 1 fate point. You might need it.
I have a feeling I'm definitely going to need it. Oh. Okay, well, that wasn't horrible. I'm gonna go ahead and just spend the fate point. I can't decide if I should re-roll.
What is your science?
No. A 2?
It's up to you.
So I don't think I'm gonna re-roll. I think I'm just gonna spend the fate point.
All right.
My fate point.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't have any group ones left, do we?
You have one.
There's one left.
There is one, which you could spend.
Which I could spend to set us up for this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what. Okay, so I'm gonna spend my fate point.
What is your aspect that you will use?
The one Regina's gonna use for this is an aspect that does not get used very often, which is her relationship aspect, and she's gonna choose family first, plot later.
And then what is the aspect for the group fate point that you're spending?
Well, what is Bricktops got here?
It can be yours or Bricktop's.
Yeah.
Or also game aspects. For example, there's a Family Matters that's just hanging out right there.
There's a Family Matters?
It's one of the game aspects. That's why I'm...
Yeah, that's perfect. Let's do that.
Yep.
Family Matters. That's right. It's a game aspect. That's perfect. That's exactly the one. And so Regina leads you down. It starts to get kind of dark, she may have like an old miner's headlamp or something, to like get them down there.
And you smell, you're like in limestone, like you're going deep into these old abandoned mines at this point in time. And you can hear the drip of water.
And we kind of maybe get there. I don't know. We stumble down all of these mine shafts, and we kind of get to a point where it's just dark and kind of hollow and
far past where Hannah has her clinic.
Yes, yeah, and we finally get there. Regina needs to light it, which I imagine she doesn't have a whole lot to do that with, but she kind of shines it around, and she goes, "I know you can't see it, at least." Not right at the moment, but she kind of shines it to the edges of the room, and she says, "Here, hold this." And she gives her the helmet. She says, "Shine it down there on the floor." And you can see, like, you got to walk down these janky ass stairs to get down to the bottom. And Regina goes, you can see her try to swallow her pride, and she just lets out a huge scream. Ah! And it like echoes through this cavern and creates like acoustics, basically.
What?
And Regina goes, it's a acoustically perfect space, naturally carved into the earth by the miners that were down here. In fact, it's so far down that when you scream and make noise, you can't hear it on the surface. So I was thinking, because I promised you that we would find a new Bricktops, that maybe we start a literal underground place for you and Oscar to perform.
I think that would be wonderful.
Do you want to sing?
Yes.
And in this space,
Regina will like go up and help her down,
that is this cavern right here in the mine. It's a space that had been carved out of this limestone, and there's all of this space, and you can't even see all of the edges with just the miner's helmet that you have, but the acoustics are perfect. They're perfect, and it is cozy, and there are a little bit of like stalactites and stalagmites in the corners, little sort of mineral formations that seem almost like seats or benches. And in this space, lightly illuminated with the perfect acoustics,
It's beautiful. How did you find it?
Would you believe me if I told you I went room to room in the mines and screamed?
Yes.
Because that's what I did. Yes, I went around screaming for a while. It's been a rather good means of meditation in its own way, but I had to find the right one, and it was very difficult. But I kind of stumbled on the idea when I was looking for a space for Hannah to treat people.
It's beautiful.
So, I say that because I know that tonight we picked up a package from your past that carries some baggage, or whatever. But I wanted to remind you that even though he's back, you're still Sylvie. Or
which one, though?
This. Anyone you want to be, as long as you're singing, right?
True. And it's...
I don't know.
It's any and all, I suppose. But...
Look, that bitch can take the bricks and mortars of Bricktops. But she can't have the heart of it. No matter how hard she tries, no matter how many Nazis she pleases in a back room. The fact of the matter is, Sylvie, you are Bricktops. And what she pines for is something that she is never going to be able to have. You want to see her castle come tumbling down and watch the god fall from the sky? Find that piece of Bricktops. New location, same heart.
Yes. You know, I didn't really mean it when I said I wanted him to die.
I know. I mean, I still will kill him, though. Like, if that's what you want.
Oh, I'll think about it. But, you know the worst part? The worst part about having him back? That means that he can leave again.
Well, Dimitri may leave and come and go. But none of us have ever left you.
And I don't even know what to tell Tango.
The truth. Tango is a big boy. He may still have some mother issues. But the fact of the matter is, he's a good man, and he loves you. Look, he let that horrible beast of a woman, Nicolette, skis all over him to assure that she didn't bother you. I don't think he's gonna be as upset as you think he is when you tell him that who you thought was your dead ex came rolling back into town. Did any of you judge me when I told you that my ex came rolling back into town?
Yeah, but she's evil.
That is true. But if Dimitri is as good of a man as we believe him to be, then he will come to terms with whatever the outcome is. And more importantly, maybe he needs to be in this fight as much as we need to be in this fight. Maybe we can
even
help
more
him
so.
find a new place. Maybe even more so.
This is a hard place to figure out what it is you want. I mean, I don't have to tell you that.
No, but you can.
It's easier when you don't really have to make the decision.
I guess that's true. But remember, I'm more than happy to be the person that has to make the decision and tell Dimitri that he has to go. I am your commanding officer.
And with that, we will pan the camera out of the cavern, up into the bunker itself, where Dr. Hannah Roth is waiting for the boys to return because someone promised her a dance that would embarrass her, and they never arrive. And somewhere across town, in front of the flower shop, a cigarette lights up in an alley in the dark, and the man who was standing across from that working class bar is now standing in front of the flower shop, waiting. And that, my friends, is where we're going to end it for tonight. We're going to end it for tonight.
Over time, but it was so
yes.
good.
I was like, we got to call it now. Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank my cast for being here for that moment, because this is, well, my friends, oh my goodness. So, chat, all of you audience members, thank you for being here. And as it turns out, now our feed is perfectly fine. Twitch does some kind of East Coast midnight server switchover that gives us a little bit of trouble right around midnight, but we're fine and dandy now. Oh my goodness, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
A lot.
Oh.
Hey, but nobody got shot.
Not with
Multiple
physical
times.
bullets. Not with physical bullets.
Okay.
Sure. But, or, even multiple times, even in the, leaving the bullets in.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let me give some shout outs. You heard us more. Yeah, I'm going to give some shout outs to those who have donated. And I want to thank everyone who has donated. All of your donations go to help pay for this cast, and I want to thank you for it. Cole Drake donated $20.41, saying more hats and wigs and pollen for future episodes. Yes.
Wow.
Gelars the Cat donated 100 bits, says great performance from some Galar love. We also have Rissa, who donated 500, who says, ooh, all the love for Sylvie's newfound ability to not poke the bear. She did change her trouble aspect, right? From cannot keep her mouth shut to lost her voice. But maybe she will change her trouble aspect again after all of this. We will see.
To bear poking, major bear poking.
Hey, you know what?
To all the bear poking.
Your turn, my turn. Thank you for that 200 bits. No message, but I'm going to assume the message is something like, you're awesome. We love you. I want to thank all of our raiders. Also, thank you for the gift subs. Void Smoker, who was one of our amazing fan artists, donated $25 and said, thanks for another roller coaster of emotions. Can't wait for the reunion, which will be next week. And there's going to be there'll be some splaining to do, as Desiree Inez would say in I Love Lucy.
You're a real bad feeling for Ziggy.
Oh, I don't know why. I mean, what did he do? Your turn almost killed some friends of yours. Your turn, my turn. Thank you for that donation of 100 bits. Rissa, 500 to all the love to the ladies tonight. Yes.
Yeah.
This was like
Yes.
Did we have any? Oh, we had Dimitri in the end. And then Willen, who's our resident, by the way, Willen, for you all to know, Willen is our note taker, takes notes for us and sends them to me, and I'm going to put those up on our website pretty soon. And donated 100 bits and said, thanks for another awesome episode. And I want to thank all of you who have been here and anybody who's watching. And I really especially want to thank the most amazing cast ever, who has just been phenomenal and for whom I feel so lucky to be able to be a GM for. And next to. So if we could, as our bit rate does excitement, if we could do our closeout, I would love for each one of you to say who you are, where we can find you next, and give some love to your compatriot. And I will note for anybody who's watching, there will be a clean copy, because I record a clean copy to this hard disk that will go up on YouTube, because we have a YouTube. And that clean copy will be up there in case this, for bitrate issues. So we're going to go in reverse order. Little Red Dot, who are you? Where can we find you? And please give some love to your compatriot, if you might.
All right, I'm Little Red Dot. You can find me on pretty much your social media platform of choice, particularly Twitch and Twitter on the majority for me, as Little Red Dot, where I online, I tell stories and I roll dice with people just like this on a pretty regular basis, everybody. So go check that out. I work for Kobold Press, which I'm pretty proud of. And tomorrow we're actually going to be celebrating our 15th anniversary. So we're going to be having a big old live stream. So if you want to come out and support what started as a literal live journal tip jar, and today has turned into, kind of an indie leader and some tabletop goodness. So that's pretty cool and very exciting. In addition, definitely check out my big personal producing like effort right now, which is called Stitch of Fate. It is a pod by night, a podcast by night. Please check that out. That would be cool. I'd appreciate it, especially if you like vampires and like dark, edgy, like it's like a murder mystery drama, but it's like dark and edgy. It's great. I love it. Please check it out. I think that would be cool.
There's probably some floppy hair involved
tonight. Definitely some floppy hair, a lot of angst, and some vitae. Okay, so which sounds like my 2000 experience. My star. Okay.
Give me your
I
star.
have so many stars tonight. This was so much fun. So I'm gonna give you each one because there's only 3 of us, and I can do that. So I'm gonna start with Trooper. Trooper, you having to mitigate all those different female personalities at that brunch table is just impressive as a GM. And I just need to call you out for that. That was really, really heckin' impressive to like bring all of them in and then and manage it so well and keep each other personalities kind of distinct. And so my other star for Rocket. Oh, there are some good ones tonight. But watching her cope with Dimitri has been very interesting. And now that Sylvie is a little like unsure of who she is and kind of what she's doing, and this pregnancy is changing a lot in her life, to watch her kind of come in and out of her different voices, like when is she Sylvie, when is she not Sylvie, and yeah, I just got to give you kudos for making bold choices, and choices that are really making Sylvie a tragic and beautiful character. So yeah, I see you. I haven't missed you. Wishes. I wish for the man with the cigarette to disappear.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
Dang it. Okay, I wish for Regina's ex to not be in Paris. Does that work? No, okay. I wish that Tango doesn't have 2 bullets in his gun.
Again, your wishes are not good wishes right now.
No, I do. I wish to. One of my wishes I'm kind of excited about is to see how this big party turns out around Nicoletta and her husband. We learned a lot of really interesting information today. I'm proud of Regina for making it through brunch without it being a total dumpster fire.
She was good during brunch.
Which is she did it. She did.
She's a good German.
She really did. She's a good German because she's always that, as long as she's lying. Regina's great at social endeavors as long as she's lying. So that actually worked out kind of nicely for her. So I'm looking forward to this party. The dress I did not see coming. What a manipulative turn of events.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
What a manipulative turn of events.
Yeah.
So Regina really has to kind of think that one through, I think. But even in the shadow of this horrible situation that her and Oscar, their living situation, today, because of that brunch scene, I think Regina realized what being in this place will actually help them get. Like, she got a lot more information today than she probably got in the last 2 weeks. Right? And like really usable stuff. So I say all of that because, I think it's pretty cool. So I wish to see this whole party situation play out for us.
I love it.
There you go. Ding, ding, pass.
Rocket, who are you? Where can we find you? And give a star and a wish. Give me some stars and wishes.
So many big questions. Hello, everybody. I am Rocket Fox. I am a Korean American stream person, storyteller, lady about town. I stream over my own channel. We're actually coming up on the tail end. I think we only have 2 more episodes of Cyberpunk Sonata, which is what's been going on Monday nights. That is
I would describe it as as if a gang soap opera and a Saturday morning cartoon just like were in two separate canons and got shot out at each other. It's the first actual TTRPG that I'm co-producing on my own channel.
Cool.
And it is based on the Cyberpunk Red system. So that's been a lot of fun. And aside from that, on Thursday afternoons, I am in Mora, Ravenwood Academy, which is kind of like it's everything that I do just is a combination of two different things. This one is like Breakfast Club meets collegiate Harry Potter. And this week we actually had a down week. Next week, however, we are, and I'm going to give this to you without any context at all. We're going to be fighting Discount Animatronic Gritty and Elmo. No, we already fought Discount Elmo. Anyway, point being, it's going to be a lot. So that's going to be on Thursday. And then I also am super excited. I was cast in an upcoming podcast called Stone Soup for the Adventuring Soul. And it's pretty much an fantasy adventuring group once they retire into a town and endeavor to open a tavern. And we're starting recording on that this month. And then I have my own podcast called Fantastically Strange, which if you like weird science and history shit, I'm your gal.
Eyeballs as well, actually.
Eyeballs as well. Yes, there's a lot of that. So that is a lot of what I do. Yeah, my
stars and wishes, my friend.
My stars and wishes, and also apology, my dog has been like all over, he's been shaken, he's been bothering the cat, he's been everywhere tonight. But my stars tonight, I loved so many of just the moments with Regina and Sylvie together. I want them to have some lady time more often. It was so good. But also just Regina talking about in the moments after she had been sweeping the soup and kind of getting into that whole thing, and just the way that conversation unfolded it was really cool. I thought it was really cool. There was a little bit of kind of joking in there, a little bit of like, oh, we're going to talk around this, but there was also some real like deeper things in ways that I think only the two of them would really get, because they've been around each other during real high stress situations. And I just, throughout the entire thing, I love all of these moments when Regina's really been able to show and embrace the leader that she is, that she always has had, just right under the surface, just being like,
she just didn't trust herself, you have to like,
but it's there, and now she's really stepping into that, and like it's really something to behold. Also being the queen rumor bee,
y'all didn't see that coming, did you?
Just fantastic. And like a star to our amazing GM as always, because come on now, this every time, just all of, and I've said this before, but I have to say it again, all of the characters are so incredibly individual. They're so incredibly individual. And even in a scene, Dot, like you mentioned, where there's a bunch of people talking, like we can get a sense of everybody, and their differences in personality and voices and stuff like that, which I think is just really, really cool. And especially immediately going back into Dimitri and hearing him again, just for me personally, I was just like, oh yeah, I remember that voice, and I was just like, oh yeah, hey, that's a great voice. That is such a nice voice,
But it's a little bit stronger now because he was super weak before,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it is, and that really makes it so much easier. I speak for myself, but I feel like I can speak for the crowd, cast-wise. It makes it so much easier just to engage in this world, engage with these characters, in such a genuine way, because you bring so much life to them. So my wish,
taking my notes.
No, don't do that. My wish is well, you know what? This is a simple wish. My wish is that Sylvie does not, and because she's now thinking about something else that's real stressful for her. I think she's gotten sidetracked enough that this won't happen. But my wish is that she actually does not like lay hands upon Tango and Oscar when they return, because this is not the first time, and so help me. Like, listen, if this were my actual IRL husband who kept going around doing stuff like this, so help me.
Yes, absolutely.
I would. And if I were pregnant, if I were 6 months pregnant with our child and he kept going out, getting shot at and like causing gunfights and getting teenagers killed, like, we would not just have words. Like, I do not condone domestic violence at all from any gender toward any person, but so help me, he would not have kneecaps any longer.
You're not going anywhere.
I'm sorry, sir, you have lost kneecap privileges. They are now mine. And then I would just keep them in 2 jars, that anytime he tried to go anywhere, I'd be like, oh, it hurts to move. You see these? You know why these are in separate jars now? Yeah, that's right. So anyway, that's my hope.
I am Trooper SJP. I have been the GM for this madness. I would like to say that one of the things I really wanted this season was to do these duo episodes, because I wanted to have a time for just 2 characters to really go and sit and spend time with each other, which we had once last season. I was like, oh, I like that idea. And I'm just so happy to have been able to be here as a GM for both of these last 2 duo episodes. And we get one more pair of them in about 3 or so episodes from now before we finish the season. And so I'm really excited about seeing how Tango and Sylvie do with their duo episode, and also Regina and Oscar in their duo episode. And I'm very, very excited about that. And I just want to thank both of these 2 awesome players. I loved, I was just personally like very excited to hear Fox talk about Dimitri, and I was like, she does not know that I plan on bringing him back at the end of the episode. So that was exciting.
Yeah, I did not actually know that.
Oh, I knew it, and I was like, I'm so excited for this right now.
Great timing, though.
It was such great timing, and I just loved all of the ways in which both of you have really dug into your characters. I really appreciated some of your discover actions, some great questions, and then sometimes you failed and were like, you know what, rather than succeed at a major cost, I'll just let you ask us a question. I was like, great. There are some questions people want to know, and that was amazing. So thank you very much. Next week, whatever. Next week will be everybody back together again. And I'm really excited to find out, how that happens when everybody gets back together again with guests, NPC guests, and I think it's going to be real great. It's real great. And thank you all for who's been watching. Thank you all who donated. And you can find me at Trooper SJP. I think those socials came out there. If you want, you can support this show at Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and that helps to go pay for the cast. Tomorrow is Saturday, and you can find me tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern over at Roll For It for the Parallel Killer, and at 6 p.m. on Weave the Tale, where I will be GMing Fate of Cthulhu, The Return of Carcosa. And that is us. Y'all, take care of yourselves, stretch your legs, hydrate, and all the love to you all. Good night, everybody.